Good morning, everybody. Just a quick reminder, all town meeting members are to be seated in the first three sections down here if you wish to vote on any articles. Figured I'd help Melissa with the first announcement. Thank you all. Great seeing everybody this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to report that we have a quorum. There are 311 town meeting members, so the number for a quorum is 157. Our town clerk, Sarah Haskell-Aruda, has informed me that we have 171 members present at 9:08. Could you please stand to salute the flag? That is a good reason to clap, right? Thank you, everybody, for coming. Let's stand to salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag Thank you very much. Will you remain standing for 1 second? At this time, let us bow our heads in a moment of silence to the memory of our friends who have passed away since our last meeting. This morning, we honor the memory of former town meeting members, former town board and committee members, and all those who have served the town. Thank you very much. You may be seated. So I am happy to see you all here today. How many first-time town meeting members do we have? If you're a first-time town meeting member, raise your hand. Welcome. We're glad you're here. If you have any questions, ask some of the people around you. If you don't know what's going on, they'll be able to help you. I have a few announcements and housekeeping things to do, and then we will get started. First of all, the school has asked that you only use the back doors to use the restrooms. Those restrooms have been designated for town meeting members only. Please do not use the side doors. School is in session, and we don't belong in the school corridors, okay? So back doors only, please. I want to remind everyone that there is no smoking in the school or on the school grounds. If your cell phone is on, please turn them off or at least turn them to vibrate. Let's see, I have a couple of announcements. So as the moderator, I get to appoint a few positions, and one of them is for the Finance Committee. I have a vacancy on the Finance Committee. I advertised for it and didn't get any takers, and it's such a great job. There are a lot of benefits. You learn a lot about the running of the town. Like, all kidding aside, you do learn a lot about the running of the town and the finances of the town. So if that's something that's interesting to you, this might be a role that you're interested in playing. You should not feel uncomfortable if you don't have experience in town government. Those are people that I'm looking for to fill these roles. We have a broad mix and range of experience for all the people up here. I'm looking to continue to make it a mix for people from different parts of town, different experiences. So if you have any interest in becoming a FinCom member, please let me know. I also keep a list of people who are interested, because sometimes your skill set doesn't fit the current Finance Committee, but in the future there are openings in which your skill set fits. So please let me know if you are interested in that position. Also, the town is going to be doing some bylaw reviews, and we need to do that, I think it's every 10 years. The moderator gets to appoint to that bylaw review committee as well. If you have interest in serving on the bylaw review committee, please let me know. I feel like I'm staring at the mic a little. There we go. I'm short. So that's another interesting one. You get to look at the town's bylaws. You may be able to recommend some changes that will come before town meeting. So if you have interest there, please let me know. Mr. McGinnis, do you all have some openings that you'd like to talk about that the select board fills?
It's like Zoom. I'm muted. Good morning. So we do have a number of vacancies on boards and committees in town. You can find that on the town's website under Select Board. It'll say committee vacancies, but just some vacancies of note. We have the Indigenous Peoples History and Culture Committee. They are recognizing the culture, history, and diversity of Indigenous peoples in Dartmouth and respecting the heritage of the land we know as Dartmouth. This came as a result of the non-binding referendum. We also have the Water Quality Committee that the Select Board has spearheaded, and this committee will pursue and explore solutions to Dartmouth's water quality, including but not limited to the watersheds, groundwater, and health of the ecosystems in and around Buzzards Bay. We also have the Community Preservation Committee, Veterans Advisory Board, Dartmouth Youth Commission, and many others. So we urge you to go onto the website if you're interested in participating in any of those boards or committees. Thanks.
Fantastic. The Finance Committee has asked me to take a straw poll. They are interested in hearing from you about the amount of information you would like to receive from them. You saw this time that you got a separate mailing from them detailing their views and providing you with some information. I'm going to ask you to I'm going to give you three choices, and I'm going to ask you to raise your hand for one of the choices so that the Finance Committee can see what your views are. So the first choice is you'd like more information from them. The second is you're getting an adequate amount of information from them already. And the third is you would like less information from them, okay? So are we ready to vote on this? The first one is, who would like more information from the Finance Committee than they already received? Please raise your hand or your card. Thank you. Who thinks they're getting an adequate amount of information from the Finance Committee already? Please raise your hand or your card. Thank you. Who would like less information from the Finance Committee? Okay, so that's not one of them. Thank you very much for that. Okay, and finally, so the final announcement that I have before we talk about the ground rules for today is Article 10. Article 10 deals with the salary of the town clerk. In the interest of full disclosure, the town clerk and I are siblings. She's my sister. So I am going to step down as moderator for that warrant article. Normally, the town clerk would stand in my place. She's not going to do that. Instead, our town council will be taking over the gavel at that point, okay? So when you see me leave the stage, I'm a town meeting member, so I will come back for the vote and I'll be in the back. But when you see me leave the stage, that is the reason we're not up on stage. And I just want to let you know so there's no confusion about it. Okay. Now, let's get back to the ground rules. So we're going to get started soon, and what happens is I read the title of each article that's before us, then I recognize the sponsor. The sponsor is going to summarize the article. A motion is going to be made and seconded by town meeting members. The Finance Committee and Select Board will be recognized to give their recommendations. Then I will open the floor for discussions. If you wish to speak, please raise your card because it's the easiest way for me to see. I will recognize people who have not spoken today, and second, those who have not spoken on the issue. Please wait for a microphone. They're recording this for DCTV. Every time you speak, you need to give your name and precinct number, and you need to stand if you're able. You may ask one question, then you give the mic back. If you need to be recognized for a follow-up, raise your hand and I will recognize you for a follow-up question. To be clear, there's no one-on-one debate here. All the questions are come through me. So that is, Madam Moderator, I'd like to know whatever it is you'd like to know. I'm going to make my best effort to get you the answers. We don't allow cross-examining of other town meeting members or town officials. Our goal is to get you the information you need so that you're able to make good decisions. Only people recognized by the moderator, that's me, may speak. You may not yield your time to another speaker. While we do not have any formal speaking limits, I would ask you to be brief and not be repetitious. If someone's already made the point that you would like to make, please consider whether or not it really needs to be made again. We are here to discuss issues and not other people. So we refer to the issues and the positions and the viewpoints, and we avoid calling names. So not that jerk down the street, who said this, rather on this issue or on this point. We don't attack other people's integrity. We're here to do the town's business, and we may have different ways of doing that, and so we need to respect the differences. We act as the legislature for this town, and so my expectation is that we will continue to behave with the decorum of a well-run legislature. When you've heard enough and you want to end debate, you may raise your hand and say, I call the question or I move the question. 2/3 vote is required for passage. If it passes, debate stops, and the question before town meeting is put to a vote, okay? All proposed amendments need to be in writing and they must be legible. I have to be able to read them. If you are a voting town meeting member, you need to be in this front section. Anybody in the back section across that aisle, your vote will not count. Votes will be by a show of hand. Let me know, I will let you know in advance if more than a majority is needed to pass an article. If you think I've made a mistake once I've called the vote, please stand immediately. If 7 people challenge, there'll be a teller count. A teller count cannot be questioned. When I call the next article, you can no longer challenge the vote. I have appointed, and the town clerk has sworn in 2 tellers this morning, and they are Jessica Gove, and Todd Migliacci. They'll serve as the tellers for the duration of the town meeting. Today, we are also being taped by DCTV and assisted by them. And they are the individuals from DCTV who are working here today are Peter Chase, Michael Manise, Daniel Medeiros, Chad Amaral, Jessica Gove, Todd Migliacci, Daniel Ferguson, and John Silva. So thank you to them for once again covering our town meeting live. Okay, so we have a bunch of warrant articles here today that we're going to try and get through. I'm not going to talk about a set-aside date because I think there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to conclude the town's business today. What I will say is that Schedule A, I am going to save for, we're going to skip over as we work through the warrant. It will either, if we need to break for lunch, it will be the first article after lunch. My plan today is to go until noontime. If we are close to completing our work at noontime, I'm just going to ask you to stay and finish up. If not, then we'll take a break, then we'll, 1 hour break, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock and finish up, okay? All appropriations voted during town meeting are from the levy unless you read or hear otherwise. I next want to introduce the people who are sitting up on stage. First, the first person sitting next to me is our town council, Anthony Savastano, our town clerk, Sarah Haskell-Aruda, our director of budget and finance, Gary Carrero, and our town administrator, Sean McGinnis. Next, we have our select board, and I'd love our select board chair to introduce the select board members, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Dave Tattlebaum. I'm the chair. To my far left is Stan Mickelson. To my left is Heidi Silver Brooks. To my right is Sean McDonald, and Frank Racy is absent today. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have the members of our finance committee that spend countless hours reviewing our budget and meeting with various groups and stakeholders, bringing articles before town meeting. They act as an advisory group and the eyes and ears of the town. And they work hard to understand each article before they make a recommendation to you. So I would like to turn it over to our chair to introduce the members of your committee, please, Mr. Govin.
Okay, thank you. To my left is William Bowles. Can everybody hear me? I'm Bob Garvin. Janine Simmons, who's the vice chair. John Souza. Okay. Beppe Heidekopa and Teresa Ham.
Thank you very much. All right, we're ready to get started. We're going to start with our preliminary motions, and for those, I am going to turn it over to Anthony Savastano, our town council. Mr. Savastano.
Moved that the meeting note the correct call of the warrant and the lawful posting and return of service thereon, and that the moderator is hereby relieved from reading each article in its entirety and is allowed to refer to them by title and number, and that any motion to amend Schedule A by increasing a line item must include a reduction of the same amount from another line item, and that the moderator is hereby allowed to take up any action on any of the several articles out of numerical sequence as she may determine.
So
I'm sorry. Hold it.
Sorry.
Oh, and that a teller count need not be taken on motions requiring a 2/3, 4/5, or 9/10 vote, and that the moderator may declare whether the motion passes or fails.
Thank you. So do I have a motion? Thank you. And a second? Thank you. All in favor, please indicate by raising your hands. Opposed, please indicate by raising your hands. Preliminary motions pass at 9:22 a.m. Article 1, Community Preservation Committee Administrative Budget. Mr. Baker Smith.
Thank you. Article 1 is a housekeeping item. Each year, the Community Preservation Committee is allowed to set aside up to 5% of the projected revenue for administrative expenses. We pay for any legal services that we need, administrative support, printing, copying, and things like that, as well as dues to the Preservation Coalition at the state level. and this article is $35,000, which represents actually 3.2% of our budget. So I move that the meeting accept this article.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Any discussion on Article 1? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 1, please raise your hand. Oh, I'm sorry. Select Board, sorry, I didn't give you the Select Board and Finance Committee recommendation. Select Board recommendation, thank you.
Select Board approves 5-0.
Finance Committee,
Finance Committee, recommends 700.
thank you. We're still ready to vote? Okay. All in favor of Article 1, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 1 passes at 9:24 a.m. Article 2,
Article 2 is a project proposal that the Community Preservation Committee recommended, and we are recommending approval. It's for a total amount of $500,000 to the Partners in Housing to fund the construction of 10 units of affordable housing for persons over 55 who also will receive services from the Department of Mental Health. In October 2018, the town approved $500,000 for the development of this housing. It has additional funds are needed to go into construction, and this $500,000 is to fund that gap to enable the project to go forward. I just want to emphasize that what's being recommended here is money that will only be used for construction. So the rest of the financing, which is about another 80% of the project, this will come from the state, federal, and other funds. When all of that financing is in place, this project will then move forward and the CPA funds would be released. So I move that the meeting accept this article.
do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Gagne has asked to speak on this article. Mr. Gagne, if you'd like to come and say a few words about this, please.
Good morning. Thank you for affording me the time to speak on this. It's nice to be back here. For those that don't know, my name is Michael Gagne. I currently serve as the president for Partners in Housing, which is an IRS-approved 501c nonprofit organization. Today with me is Connie Desbian, who is our project team leader, and numerous other members of the group Partners in Housing. A little historical background: we have experience in this area. Our nonprofit group, in fact, worked with the Dartmouth Housing Authority. We took the Massachusetts State Police Barracks, the former barracks on the corner of Champion Terrace and Route 6, and we raised the funds and the funds we got from town meeting and created an independent living space for 9 veterans that live very well there, and it's been extremely successful. As it's been stated, this project, the Mendez Montero home, is a planned project. It hasn't been built. A couple of people asked me, was it coming in, where is it? It's going to be located on Anderson Way, on property that's owned by the Housing Authority. Anderson Way is close to the intersection with Hathaway Road and right next to Smith Mills Congregational Church, and the Housing Authority property behind that is the Monroe Terrace Housing Authority. As it was pointed out, the building will be staffed 24 hours, 7 days a week by staff that is committed from the Massachusetts Department of Health. All of the tenants that will reside in these homes, regardless of whether they're living in the congregate living portion or the independent living portion, will be able to avail themselves of the services of this particular organization through the Mass Department of Public Health. The individuals that will be living here are elderly individuals, individuals that are over the age of 55. The total project cost is $5,341,000. But I would like to take the time to outline the sources of funding. As Buddy Baker Smith has stated, The very initial funding we received was in 2018, and we've done an awful lot of work in securing the additional funding needed, and I'd like to share it with you. The Department of Housing and Community Developments, through the National Housing Trust Fund, has committed $1 million to that price tag. The Facilities Consolidation Fund has also committed $1 million. The Housing Innovation Fund has committed $1,070,000. We've received a MassWorks grant for the development of the site utilities. That's $275,000. The Dartmouth Housing Authority has committed $750,000. Webster Bank, Bay Coast Bank, and the Bristol County Bank have committed a total of $43,000. The Home Ministries Grant Program has committed $15,000, and the same program in the Home Ministries Loan Program, they've committed $99,500. The Community Economic Development Assistance Council has committed $15,000. The CCRI Housing Program, $75,000, and we also recognize that in 2018, the town of Dartmouth, through the Community Preservation Fund, committed $500,000. That's a total of 12 different funding sources that we've been able to obtain. This project is a reality. We are committed. There is definite need. It's been well proven that elderly individuals have mental health issues and needs, and to have a facility here to address those needs would be an extremely important to our community. I'd like to close out that with the funds that we received from Dartmouth so far, and if you approve this additional $500,000, it'll make a total of 20% that has been committed by the town of Dartmouth. What's nice about this is these 10 units will count towards the town of Dartmouth's affordable housing quota, which is 10%. You have some numbers that are falling off because of expiring use, so you could definitely use these additional 10 units to count towards reaching the 10%. I respectfully ask for your support of Article 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gagne. Any further discussion on Article 2? 1 second. Could you please wait for a mic? So, because I want everyone to be able to hear a microphone so that DCTV gets your comments, please. And your name and precinct, please.
My name is Arthur Gerard. I'm in Precinct 2.
Thank you.
My question is, who's providing the services after everything's done? Is the town paying for the services that are going to be provided 24/7? That's my question.
Excuse me. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Mass Department of Public Health. Excuse me, the Mass Department of Mental Health, I'm sorry.
Any further? The gentleman up there, please.
Jim Costa, Precinct 4. The residents of the apartments, will they be town people first, preference?
The criteria on Massachusetts Department of Community and Housing Development has a provision on the rent-up that preference is given to the Dartmouth residents. Once they pass the period of the initial rent-up, it's on a first-come, first-served needs basis.
Mr. Mickelson.
Good morning. This gentleman took my idea that I will speak about this morning. I just want to say that I am a veteran. My father and his brothers were veterans. The project is sound. However, there's no guarantee that any Dartmouth resident will be in any one of those 10 units. And I'm concerned about that, especially the project is in Dartmouth. We've given over $1 million to the project, but with no guarantees. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. The lady in the back here.
Kathy Del Sordo, Precinct 5. In my professional experience, 24-hour care, 7 days a week, is an institution. You may call this housing, and I don't understand why we're looking at this as housing. It's being placed near a wonderful senior housing project, And this institution that's going to be run by the Department of Mental Health is, I'm going to correct you, I think you said public health initially. Mental health has had many institutions in this state, and to this date hasn't successfully, to my knowledge, run one of them. And allowing our tax dollars and the placement of this facility to be put in an area that is wonderful for elderly housing, we should continue the use of the PCP funds for housing, not institutions. The institutions that are in this town right now are nursing homes, and there are nursing homes that are occupied and run by the Department of Public Health. They're assisted living. Assisted living is occupied and run by Mass, I can't remember the name of it now, but there's another group, senior living. But honestly, the mental health issues, I have a feeling that we're going to, after our initial setup of only 70% Dartmouth residents, we are going to get more difficult, hard to handle mental health clients being placed in this facility that our town taxpayers should be providing housing for elderly or anyone else, and the veterans. And today is D-Day, and I hope all of us remember that as well, and a tribute to all the veterans that are here and still serving on a day such as this. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that? Yes, go ahead.
I just want to point out that the units are divided, and there are 10 units. Of those 10 units, 6 of them are set up for independent living. These are individuals that will be in a complete unit that has a kitchen, has an area, sort of like a living room area, a bedroom, and a bathroom. They are going to live independently. There are 4 units, the remaining 4 units are congregate living. I've had the opportunity to visit a similar facility in Northampton, Mass. What happens is the Department of Mental Health provides service and consultation. It is not in an institutional atmosphere. It is that those services are available. Individuals can avail themselves of assistance and service, but it is not an institution. It is an independent living complex. Thank you.
Mr. Baker-Smith, you wanted to add to this discussion?
Yes, I'm going to speak to you about how important this is for the people who will be served. And I want to really impress upon folks that this is not an outsider-insider issue. So I'm speaking from personal experience, having been the area director for the Department of Mental Health and worked for the Department of Health for 34 years. When this project first came, I want to also be clear that I approached the Ethics Commission and got a ruling to recuse myself from the department's decision-making about this project, but to move forward, that I could participate as a Community Preservation Committee member. So I've had no participation in any decisions that the department has made about funding, et cetera, and you've heard some of those commitments. What I can say is that mental illness is part of our community, is part of the older folks in our community. The mental illness, those who need those services, there is no kind of socioeconomic kind of line that carves some people in and some people out. The town of Dartmouth has people who need these services. I also want to kind of mention, I saw further into the articles that we will be taking under consideration, that with the new master plan, there's a principle of affordable housing that enables people who have grown up in Dartmouth to continue to live in Dartmouth. And so I also want to point out that over the last 50 or 60 years, there are a number of people who grew up in Dartmouth who had the unfortunate circumstance in their 20s, mostly, to find that they have a serious chronic mental illness, who have not been able to afford to live in this community because of their limited income. And so they too may be able to return to this community as an older adult, community that they were born in, raised in, went to high school in. So I want to really kind of emphasize that this is not about letting people into the community. This is about serving our community. And it's about serving people with the kind of support services that they can successfully live in a residential setting, as opposed to the more expensive and institutional care that they may have to get otherwise in nursing homes.
Thank you, Mr. Baker-Smith. The gentleman over there. Yep.
Good morning. Michael Matos, Precinct 2. I'm also the chairman of the Dartmouth Housing Authority, and as such, a member of the CPC committee. I'm obviously in support of the project, and the Housing Authority is in support of the project. This project, as you heard, started a few years ago in 2018, and then what happened between 2018 and now? We had a pandemic, costs have increased dramatically, and there's been a funding gap. Connie's done a great job of going back to the state and trying to get additional resources to keep this project on track. But we have a gap. And so in my eyes, the CPC is only three things you can do with the funds: affordable housing, historic preservation, open space. This clearly fits the intended use of those funds. We have the funds available, can't be used for anything else other than those three things. And I think this is a worthy goal to get this project finally over the finish line, and I just ask folks to consider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On the aisle over there, please. Thank you.
Bruce Leiter, Precinct 5. Two-part question. For $1 million, has the town or DMH identified 7 town residents who would qualify today if the building was up and ready to go? And the second part of the question is, after those 7 came and went, is it my understanding that the Dartmouth town preference would no longer be in order? Anybody from anywhere thereafter could come into those spaces. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Gagne?
The answer to your first question is that the project is not far enough along. We certainly have identified that there are individuals in Dartmouth that at the moment could use such facilities, but we're talking sometime down the road before the final grants and paperwork all worked out, the project's put out to bid, the construction, we're probably looking at close to a 2-year period before, in fact, you will be ready to move in. The answer to your second question is, after those 7, if there are 7 that come in, the preference is only on rent-up after that. As the units are made available when people leave, it's on a first-come, first-served basis.
I'm sorry. Do you have another question? You can raise your hand and I'll get you a mic for a follow-up. Okay. Could we thank you.
I'm not sure I understood the second part of the answer. Are you saying that after those 7 come and go, there's no longer any Dartmouth town preference for any other unit?
There is not.
Thank you.
Right here, please.
Joyce Anderson, Precinct 4. It's right next door to Monroe Housing, and I know Monroe Housing has some people there with mental health issues and disabilities.
Correct.
As well as other elderly and low income. Could these funds be used to expand Monroe Housing? And how would that cost compare? Because I know that they provide excellent supportive services.
I think I'm going to let Connie address that, having served as a housing director for the last 15 years or so.
Good morning, and thank you for the question. For the record, my name is Connie Desbian. I am the former executive director who just retired last July. For the purposes of this program and project, I am the clerk. To answer your question, no, this money cannot be used to expand the Dartmouth Housing Authority. It is two separate entities. Dartmouth Housing Authority is a state-funded, federally funded elderly housing, elderly and non-elderly housing. This particular project is going to be for clients of the Department of Mental Health, totally separate. But just one quick caveat. Over the years, mental health in the elderly population has changed dramatically. Back in the day when our grandparents were old, the issue of depression, isolation, sundowning, hoarding were probably never heard of. And when our elderly got too old to live alone, they got put into a nursing home, probably lost their homes to the finances. After the pandemic, we saw a huge change in the way our elderly live and deal with what they went through. As young people, we went through a lot. The elderly went through so much more. It would astound you. This house is another way for our elderly with these issues to get the proper support that they need from the services that are going to be there, as well as living in their own community, aging in place and being comfortable, and not being forced into nursing homes. We don't have a building like this in the town. We don't have a building like this anywhere near here. Yes, we were the first ones to develop the veterans housing, and we want to be the first ones to develop a house for our elderly to age in place and not be, not be stressed, or their families not being stressed about it. And I'm just going to tell you one quick thing. The one reason why we started one of these houses, I had a young non-elderly disabled woman who lived in our units. At the time, she was about 30 years old. Her mom was aging, and her mom would say to us, "What's going to happen to my daughter when I die? I'm the only thing she has." Well, lo and behold, pandemic struck. Mom passed away. The young lady was living in her unit with no one. She had no family. She had a counselor. And the young lady ended up pretty much taking her own life because her mom was gone. Now, in my mind, if that were to happen in 2 years from now, that young lady could have moved right across the street into this house, live independently, but would always have someone at her back 24/7. Thank you.
Mr. Garvin. Did you have a comment? I'd like you to make yours and then I'll recognize him. Thank you.
Bob Garvin, Chairman of the Finance Committee. We spent a lot of time on this. The vote was 4-3, and I'd like to just read the minority opinion. The cost of over $5 million to build a facility that would house and provide medical care for 10 elderly patients with mental health issues is excessively high. The agreement calls for no more than 7 of the 10 spaces to be for Dartmouth residents. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts is responsible for providing these services to the residents of the state and could contract with private institutions for such services. In addition to the excessive cost to build a facility, the question arises concerning how many residents of Dartmouth have mental health issues of this nature. The Finance Committee could not get an answer to that question. Would we build a school without knowing how many students would utilize it? Would we build a police station without knowing how many police officers would work there? Questions also arose concerning the cost of the original plan, for which taxpayers paid an initial $500,000 in the current revised plan. If this is approved, the Dartmouth taxpayers will have paid $1 million toward housing a state service. The minority members felt that the CPC dollars could be spent more wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tattlebaum, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I'd add quickly, I think the real difficulty of this issue and the decision we have to make is the sheer cost. At $500,000 a resident, it's almost incredibly expensive, but the nature of what it costs to build and adhering to public housing. But if we put $1 million in, they found over $4 million to build it, but the state's going to put in millions of dollars going forward just to staff the place 24/7. It's true there may not be Dartmouth residents there on a regular basis, and there may be not even one or two, but there are 10 human beings going to be serviced. Our board voted 5-0 in favor of the project, and I think that Buddy Baker-Smith and his wisdom and his group also gave us a safeguard saying that now this money goes to construction only, which means this project has to get off the ground, and we got to pay for it based on what it costs to build as opposed to any other source. So that's a comfort level that I think is very important for us to know that it'll be that way, and that's the kind of work Buddy and his group does for us. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a microphone here? Right behind you, please. The microphone's right behind you. Thank you.
I'm Karen MacArthur. I'm Precinct 7. I'm realizing that we moved here 20 years ago, and when we arrived in town, we were not Dartmouth residents before we arrived. All of these people will be Dartmouth residents. They are just not Dartmouth residents yet. I'm thrilled to be able to hear about this project, which I've learned as being a town meeting member. In my work for the last 15 years, I have administered a DHCD contract to house 14 men in another city. I want to say it has run smoothly. I have been very impressed with the way that the state has run and allocated this money, and I'm very excited about the project and urge everyone to support it and welcome these new residents into our town.
Thank you. Right here, please. I see you, and I'll get you next.
Doug Roscoe, Precinct 7. So the article proposes spending $250,000 from the Housing Reserve Fund and $250,000 from the Unrestricted Reserve Fund. I would like to know what the balances on those accounts are right now.
Mr. Baker-Smith, do you have that?
Yeah, I believe I do. Hold on one sec. Okay. Going into this fiscal year, we are looking at a balance of the unrestricted fund was $860,267, and the housing fund $311,884.
Thank you. Over there on that side, please.
My name is David Costa. I'm from Precinct 5, and I just wanted to address one of the issues that the Finance Committee came up with. I guess the issue is about do we have enough people to use the facility in Dartmouth? I happen to run a program for DMH for about, on and off for about 30 years, 20 years. And I assure you, not that we have enough clients or people to fill the facility, we have enough problems at housing in our own housing facilities to fill these facilities. Our programs many times were called into your housing authority facility because some of the people in your own housing authority were struggling in your own housing authority, staying in there, and had to be pulled sometimes to go to hospitals and things. And sometimes some of the people that you're servicing now in the housing authority are getting older and getting sicker. And they may need to be placed in this kind of facility. Some of the people you're having in the nursing homes who are improving need a place to go. If they start improving, I worked a program where I had at least 15, 20 people a day coming from Dartmouth. A day program. You have the mentally ill people here who are already living in this community suffering, living with their parents. The 30-year-old, the 55-year-old is with the 90-year-old mother who's trying to take care of that child, who's been taking care of them for the last 20 or 30 years. You have the children, you have the adults that have the mental illness. That's not the issue. You want to figure out a way to get them in that program. It's, when you're going to encourage them, you're going to get all your DMH clients in. They're going to become residents. They're going to be local people. There may be a few people from New Bedford. And sorry to say, New Bedford is where I had my program where you sent all your mentally ill people to get their services. And New Bedford wasn't always happy when you were sending your 15 mentally ill people to New Bedford to get their services because you didn't have your day service for them. They weren't always happy. They were complaining. This is our turn. We need to do this. You have them. Look into your families, look into your cousins. They're there. The question isn't.
Mrs. Stone first, and then I'll call on you, Mrs. Zimmerman. Mrs. Stone, microphone here, please.
Move the question, please.
Okay. So we have a motion to move the question before us. All in favor of moving the so before I ask you to vote, let me just make sure you understand the import. With the move of the question, Mrs. Stone is saying she wants to end debate. If 2/3 of you agree with her, we will end debate and we will get right to the question to vote. All in favor of moving the question, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. The motion to move the question passes at 9:55. I don't believe I got the select board vote on this or the finance committee. So, Mr. Tattlebaum, will you
Select board voted 5-0 in favor.
And you implied it, but I just want to make sure everybody
The
heard it.
Finance Committee voted 4-3 to recommend.
Okay, so Article 2 is before us. All in favor of Article 2, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 2 passes at 9:55. Article 3.
Article 3 is another housekeeping item for the Community Preservation Fund. The Community Preservation Act requires that at least 10% of either project commitment or set aside for reserves of the projected revenue for each of the eligible uses, open space, affordable housing, and historic preservation. So we are projecting for fiscal '24 about $1,073,000 in revenue. So the 10% commitment for reserves is we just rounded off as $110,000 for historic preservation and for open space. The article that was just previously approved will satisfy our commitment for housing. I move that the meeting accept this article.
And do I have a second? Thank you. Select board recommendation.
Select board approves 5-0.
Finance committee recommendation.
7-0 in favor.
Any discussion on Article 3? Right here, please.
Andrea Langhauser, Precinct 7. The warrant says that the money is going toward historic preservation and housing reserve.
Oh, it does say that, excuse me. Yep, I would say that's an error that I did not catch, but we'll take it. So I say I'm fine with going forward because we will, in October town meeting, make up any additional reserves we need.
Okay.
So.
If you're comfortable with that, we're
I
fine
am.
with that, right? Okay. So any further discussion on Article 3? We ready to vote? Did I get your recommendation? Yeah, okay. All in favor of Article 3, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 3 passes at 9:57. Mr. Baker-Smith, the other thing I wanted to highlight before you go, Mr. Baker-Smith, is you put a nice flyer in the packet for town meeting members celebrating the 20 years of the Community Preservation Act and our adoption of it by the town. And if you haven't spent some time looking at it, I think you should. It highlights some of the projects that the CPC has done. And I think the other piece that's really interesting about this was it highlighted the leverage, the way that the CPC has used the funds to leverage other private, state, and federal dollars that brought money into our town and into the projects here. So thank you for sharing that, Mr. Baker-Smith, and for all the good work your committee does. I thought that was important to highlight. Okay, Article 4, Town Pound Transfer of Custody Care, Management and Control. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes. This would have the town transfer the care, custody, management, and control of the property commonly known as the Town Pound, which is located between 1148 Russell's Mills Road and 1150 Russell's Mills Road, to the Select Board for the purpose of conveying to the Board of Parks and Recreation in order to preserve as public park space.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Move
And
it.
a second. Thank you. Select Board recommendation?
No,
it's now.
Select your recommendation,
We
please.
move that the article, we approve this article. The
So
Select
we've
Board
got a
approves-
motion, and I've got a second. Would you give me your recommendation for the
5-0.
Select Board? And the Finance Committee, please?
Recommend 7-0.
Okay, any discussion on Article 4? We ready to vote on Article 4? All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 4 passes at 9:59. Article 5, Town Pound Conveyance. I knew this was going to happen. So we're going to start the special town meeting in a second, but let's do Article 5 next. Article 5, Town Pound Conveyance. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, this goes along with the previous article. This would authorize the Select Board to convey the property known as the Town Pound between 1148 Russell's Mills Road and 1150 Russell's Mills Road to the Board of Parks and Recreation for the purpose of preserving as a public park.
Thank you. And Mr. Tattelbaum, you're moving this article?
Move that the meeting approve this article.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Select Board recommendation?
Select Board approves 5-0.
And the Finance Committee, please.
Recommend 7-0.
Any discussion on Article 5? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 5, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 5 passes at 10 o'clock. I love that you're keeping me on time here. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn our annual town meeting. Thank you. Do I have a second? All in favor of adjourning, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you. I am now opening the Dartmouth Spring, that is at 10:01. We've adjourned. I'll just mark it here. And we are opening at 10:01, the Dartmouth Spring Special Town Meeting. So just to make sure we're all playing along at home, you have a separate warrant in your packet. It's entitled Dartmouth Spring Special Town Meeting Warrant. We're going to go through the 4 articles there. Okay? Okay. So we're going to start with Community Preservation Committee Fiscal Year 2023, Community Housing and Historic Preservation Reserve. Mr. Baker-Smith.
Thank you. This is a housekeeping item. As I explained previously, we're required to set aside at least 10% of projected revenue. One of the things that the state has done in the last couple of years is there's the option that the state can distribute additional match money from the budget surplus each year. It's a decision that the legislature makes late, usually November, December, when it's clear what the surplus is. And so in January, the town received additional funds for fiscal year 23. So this adjustment, which then raised the total amount received, so this adjustment brings those reserve commitments up to the 10% level. I move that the meeting accept this article.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Finance Committee recommendation
7-0 to recommend.
and Select Board.
Select Board approves 5-0.
Thank you. Any discussion on Special Town Meeting Article 1? In the center here, please.
Buddy, thank you for all the work
Could you
that
please-
CPD does. Oh, I'm Laura Stone, and
Thank
I
you.
am a Precinct 8 town
Thank you.
meeting member. I just want to make a comment because I know that according to moderator rules, you need to tie it to a warrant article. So I want to mention that we're voting on 3 priorities of the town in the context of CPC goals around open space, as was mentioned before, or historic preservation, or housing. But I know that the planning board and several other committees have spent quite a bit of time on a more recent master plan for the town. And I just think it's important that we place all of what we're talking about in the context of that document so that it doesn't just sit on a shelf and it's not just an exercise, that we all understand how we're making decisions today. Because the last time we had a master plan for the town was, I think, in 2007 or something. So I don't feel like we've heard enough about the master plan, and I just want to maybe have you tell us, when we make decisions as CPC, we ground it in the work that the planning board and the master plan has decided. And I feel like I need to know that, and I need to know a little bit more about the master plan and why it didn't come before town meeting.
So you're welcome to comment on that for the CPC. I'm not discussing master plan today. It's not the forum for it, but I'm sure the Select Board is hearing these comments and will provide or has provided some forum for master plan discussion.
Yeah, so let me confirm that indeed those are important guiding documents for the Community Preservation Committee and the projects that are brought to town meeting. Each year, the CPC does a needs assessment and plan for the year. We look to, and then we set project submission criteria. And one of the things we look to is all of the existing town plans, the master plan, open space and recreation, the housing production plan, the waterways harbor management plan. And so we literally pull from them the principles and values and goals of those plans and put them in our document, because we feel like those plans have had a lot of input from the community. They reflect our vision. They're intended to guide our work. And so that's great. I have not talked about that before, but when we bring projects to the town meeting, part of the criteria of what we bring forward are projects that are consistent with the values and goals of all of these kind of master planning that the town has done. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on Special Town Meeting Article 1? We ready to vote? All in favor of Special Town Meeting Article 1, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Our Special Town Meeting Article 1 passes at 10:06. Special Town Meeting Article 2, supplement to the fiscal year 2023 operating budget of the Water Enterprise Fund. Mr. Barber.
Good morning, Tim Barber, DPW Director. So, due to expenditures while our wells were being reconstructed, and we had to purchase an extended amount of water from the city of New Bedford. Typically, our purchase from the city of New Bedford is about 1/3 of our water. This past year, we purchased 2/3 of our water from the city at about over $8,500 per million gallons of water. When we in-house, we produce water for about $800 per million gallons. So, due to delays in the project, at no blame to the contractor or the engineer, delays were for products due to COVID-19, variable frequency drives and electrical components were 18 months out at the time of order. So our wells were supposed to go back online as of July 1st, 2022. They went online in February of 2023. So currently, our deficit is in the $545,000 range. We had projected with contingencies early on approximately $900,000, so we would stay in the black. So we're requesting a $900,000 transfer from retained earnings in the Water Enterprise Fund, and any unused portion of that will go back to the retained earnings.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for that?
Select Board move that we accept this article.
Thank you. And a second? Great. Select Board recommendation, please.
Select Board approved 5-0.
And Finance Committee, please.
Finance voted 6 to approve, no, 0 noes, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Any discussion on Special Town Meeting Article 2? In the back, please.
Susan Leclerc, Precinct 2. We have had discussions about water usage and buying water from other areas before, and I'm curious, there have been any number of reports that suggest that our winters will be warmer and wetter, sort of, like November, and drought to be increasing in frequency and severity in the summertime. So I'm going to guess that this is going to become a pattern of buying more water from New Bedford. And while I think they are perfectly happy to take our money, there will be a time when the needs of their citizens will outweigh the attractiveness of increased revenue. So I'm wondering if the department has determined, or has a committee that is now working to determine, how many residents and how many businesses of various types the town of Dartmouth can supply water to without becoming overburdened and dry.
Well, the city of New Bedford does have an excess amount of water. They, as I said, we purchased 2/3 of our water for the past year from the city of New Bedford, and it didn't burden them at all. We are researching other redundant connections with other cities to have redundant connections for water supply, as well as our wells. We currently have about 3 wells that are down currently, and as we have droughts in the summer, a couple of our wells also have to be shut down as the river levels drop below a certain level. More rain we have, the better off we are with producing our own water.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion on Special Town Meeting Article 2? Mr. Dabney.
Fred Dabney, Precinct 5. But just a question, if the water supply continues to have problems, isn't that going to restrict the ability to provide more building issues? I mean, I would think more water and less supply is going to make it difficult for the town to keep up with this without costing us a ton of money.
Yeah, so our supply was down this past year because we were reconstructing a number of our wells. So one of our treatment facilities was down for actually over a year with supplying no water. So that's why we had to purchase the amount of water that we did. Now, as of February, we're back to supplying the 2/3 or more. Currently, we haven't purchased much water from the city for the last few months. So not that we have problems with supply, it's that we had reconstruction going on. We also have planned capital projects to improve both water quality and production and sustainability at all of our treatment facilities and our wells within the next 5 to 10 years in our proposed capital.
And Mr. Barber, I think one of the questions that I'm hearing is, does the DPW continue to look for other well development and sources of well development around town?
We do. We're running out of area to actually install wells in town, so we use our current well locations, as we did off of Route 6 or off of Old Westport Road, the Violetta wells. We reconstructed new wells on that site, and we took offline the other wells, so we're back up to a higher production, and that's what we'll continue to do on some of these existing sites.
And I believe the DPW board has been planning for some of these. I've heard it sort of ancillary that the DPW board has been looking at some of these things and maybe be coming before us at some point to discuss them. But
Absolutely.
Mr. Tattlebaum.
Select Board is committed to working with DPW to look at how clean our water is, how much water we have, our water and sewer treatment plants. It's, if you watch and see any of our meetings, every single meeting has an issue about water and about sewer treatment. We need a 1 year, a 2 year, a 5 year, and a 10-year plan. And we are working with DPW with a group that's going to make sure we need to do that, because that can is no longer able to be kicked down the road. Whatever it takes to find water, whatever it is, and clean out in water sewer treatment, that's number one on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dabney, do you have a follow-up question?
I hate to beat a dead horse here, but it seems to me that the master plan would be a terrific opportunity to address these issues so that you would know in advance what some of your capital costs are and so forth. And I haven't heard any response that indicates this body is going to have information on that.
So does the select board want to talk at all about the master planning process that has happened in broad and relatively brief terms? Because it's a little off topic, and you know what happens when I allow a little off topic? We can go far off topic, but Mr. McGinnis seems like he wants to take this on. That's brave.
The master planning process was, actually turned out to be a multi-year process due to COVID. Per the charter, it is spearheaded by the planning board. So the planning board makes the decisions on kind of the final master plan. The master plan, sometimes it gets confused. It's not an instruction manual for the town. It's more of a policy setting manual about what the current town would like to see in the next 10 years. And talks about development, it talks about water and sewer infrastructure and transportation. Ultimately, it's up to town meeting to make decisions on what is implemented as part of that master plan along with the planning board. So it does take into account the infrastructure that's in place, transportation needs that are in place currently, but also takes into account through workshops that were presented with the public what the town is looking for in the future. So it's a combination of things. Anything that comes forward in the future would be presented at town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Right here, please.
I'm Stephen Taylor, Precinct 9. I'm not going to repeat what Mr. Dabney said. He stated a part of the obvious, but finding more water is a major problem. You might call it the denominator in a fraction. Controlling growth in the town is a huge problem. That's the numerator. That, in large part, is what the master plan hasn't done yet, and I hope all of town meeting will focus on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right here.
Hello, Tom Yenna, Precinct 1. I'm an old timer, but let me tell you something about water. We got plenty of water. 2 cities are storing it on our property. Copycat, Fall River, New Bedford, Ponce Corner Road. The hell are we doing? We ain't doing something right. And I think for the longest time we get in trouble, we go see the select board, finance people, and they got to try to figure it out. We got to stop looking over our shoulder. Go forward. Let's get this straightened out. We're not getting any better. School department, everything is going to heck. Look, study, come in here, and I hope that people listen and we do something. I'll be gone someday, I'll come down and watch you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yenna. There.
Lori Ann Miller, Precinct 9. I think one of the things we need to do, and I know this is a drop in the bucket, we're talking about water, but we need to educate our citizens, and maybe the DPW can do that. The one thing that really aggravates me to no end is it's raining out and all the sprinkler systems are working, drawing down on our water. We have a ban not to use water. I drive by and I see all these sprinkler systems working, drawing down on our water. I think what DPW needs to do is educate our people and maybe send out a brochure explaining, please don't have your sprinklers working in the rain and when we have a drought.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 2? Are we ready to vote? Okay. All in favor of Article 2, please indicate by raising your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Special town meeting, Article 2 passes at 10:19. Article 3, appropriation to the stabilization fund for opioid legal settlement receipts. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, this would transfer the sum of $203,244.94 from the general fund to the opioid settlement stabilization fund. These are funds that were received in FY23, but since the fall town meeting, generally when they're received, they go into the general fund to be transferred into the opioid settlement stabilization fund.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Select Board move that we accept this article.
And a second. Thank you. Select Board recommendation
Select Board's 5-0.
and Finance Committee.
6-0, favor.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 3? Yes, Mrs. Brooks.
Thank you. Heidi Brooks, Precinct 7. I am also a member of the opioid task force of Dartmouth, so I'm taking this opportunity just to tell you what's happening. The committee will soon be officially recognized by the town as Dartmouth's Addiction, Recovery, and Treatment, DART Committee. The primary responsibility of this committee is to monitor the use of the opioid settlement funds to be received by Dartmouth by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts through the year 2038. To that end, the committee will create educational awareness programs for all members of our community. The funds will also support our residents in their quest for sobriety, treatment, and long-term recovery. The committee itself is a conduit to find resources and services for residents in need, not a provider of services. If you, a friend, or loved one is currently in need of support due to addiction, you are encouraged to reach out to our public health nurse or youth advocate. Both can be reached via the town website. The DART will be working with DCTV to create public service announcements featuring our very own residents or former residents about their struggles and/or successes in finding sobriety. If you or someone you know would like to be part of this project, please contact me, Heidi Silva Brooks, via the town website. And while we're on the subject of PSAs or public service announcements, 2 things for you to take to your loved ones and friends is that currently people who are using recreational drugs and purchasing those items on the street, even if it's from someone they feel that they know and trust, things are laced with fentanyl, which is poisonous and does not respond to Narcan, or it will respond to Narcan depending on the dosage. The other thing that is new, because the folks that are pushing drugs want to do anything they can in a harmful way, is Zazazine, which is a animal tranquilizer. That does not respond to Narcan, and it is something that they're finding. The police force in Dartmouth, New Bedford, and surrounding communities are finding that cocaine and marijuana are laced with both of these. So please, if you or any loved ones are recreational drug users, please make sure they have this information, and please reach out to myself or any member of the committee if you need more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Special Town Meeting Article 3? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 3, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Special Town Meeting Article 3 passes at 10:22. Special Town Meeting Article 4, Supplement to the fiscal year 2023 operating budget of the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. Mr. Barber.
Hello again. Okay, so Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, we have a current deficit. We're asking to transfer, or with a projected amount with contingencies of $140,000 from retained earnings. Our current deficit is just over $36,000 due to increased fuel costs over the past year, increased recycling costs and disposal costs. So any excess over that in the account after $140,000 is appropriated will go back to the retained earnings at the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Do I have a motion, Mr. Tattlebaum?
Yes, we move that the article.
And a second.
Accepted.
Great. Select Board recommendation?
Select Board's 5-0.
And Finance Committee, please.
Finance, 7-0 in favor.
Thank you. Any discussion on Special Town Meeting Article 4? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Special Town Meeting Article 4? Thank you. All opposed? Special Town Meeting Article 4 passes at 10:24. I would entertain a motion to dissolve the Special Town Meeting. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Do I have a second? All in favor of dissolving our Special Town Meeting? Thank you. Opposed? Thank you very much. Our Special Town Meeting is dissolved at 10:24 a.m. We are now going back to our regular annual town meeting. We are on Article 6 of our annual town meeting. Appropriation, Article 6, appropriation from the Cemetery Sale of Lot Fund. Mr. Carrero.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Article 6 is the annual appropriation to the Cemetery Sale of Lot Fund, which is a standard article in the spring town meeting. Is in the amount of $2,000 in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 114, Sections 15 and 25.
Thank you. Mr. Tattlebaum, are you moving this for us?
First, want to congratulate Gary Carrero. It's his first town meeting as the official Department of Finance. Moved that the meeting approve this article.
Thank you very much, and thank you for recognizing Mr. Carrero. Do I have a second? Thank you. Select Board recommendation?
Select Board supports 5-0.
And Finance Committee, please.
Recommend 7-0.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 6? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 6, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 6 passes at 10:25. Article 7, established fiscal year 2024 maximum spending budget for revolving funds. Mr. Carrero.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 7 establishes the FY24 maximum spending budget for the revolving funds pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Sections 53.5 and subsections 37-6. Cemetery Revolving Fund, $4,000. Recreation Park Revolving Fund, $250,000. And the Library Revolving Fund of $3,500.
Thank you. Mr. Tattlebaum, are you moving this, please?
Move that the meeting approve this article.
And a second. Thank you for the second. Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends 7-0.
And Select Board recommendation?
Select Board supports 5-0.
Any discussion on Article 7? We ready to vote? All in favor of Article 7, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 7 passes at 10:26. Article 8, acceptance of Capital Planning Committee report and funding of fiscal year 2024 capital plan. Mr. Carrero.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Article 8 funds the annual CPC, the Capital Committee's capital requests. Capital Planning Committee, after discussion and analysis with various town departments, develops its prioritized list of capital items and projects. Article 8 includes the items that the Capital Planning Committee has voted on and is now being recommended to be funded from various funding sources.
Thank you. Mr. Tattlebaum.
Move that the meeting approve this article.
Thank you. And do I have a second? Thank you. Select Board recommendation?
Select Board supports 5-0.
And Finance Committee, please.
Finance recommends 7-0.
Okay, this is going to require a 2/3 vote. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not opening it up for discussion in the way that I have previously. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read down on page 6 of your warrant. You'll see the individual items. I'm going to read down, and I'm going to read the title and the total. It's like the two T's. Title and the total. If you have something that you want to discuss that's within that section, please indicate by calling out hold. Then we will go back and discuss the items that you would like more information on, okay? So, town government, $232,554. Police department, $319,440. Parks and recreation, $44,450. Dartmouth Public Schools, $273,500. I have a hold on Dartmouth Public Schools. DPW, Administration Division, $220,000. Hold. DPW Solid Waste Enterprise, $455,500. Waterways Management Enterprise, $34,850. Okay, let's go back and clear our holds. Who called the hold on Dartmouth Public Schools? Okay, could I please have a microphone here?
Thank you. My name is Carrie Parsons. I'm from Precinct 1. I'd like to just recap a little bit, and then I have a question. So I'd like to recap about Mr. Jim Kiley. He made a great presentation to the Conservation Commission. His original percentage was 5.1% increase. This budget calls for a 4.4% increase.
So we're not on the budget. So what I
Okay.
want, so if you want to talk about floor replacement project at Quinn Middle School, DeMello School, and Potter, I'm happy to talk about that. The budget is going to come up later today.
Okay.
With Schedule A, and I'd be happy to recognize you there to raise your issues there, unless it's related to the flooring.
Okay, nope.
Okay, so I'm going to clear that hold then unless someone else wants to talk about flooring. Okay, so I'm going to clear that hold. I had a hold on DPW Administration Division. Right there, please, for a microphone.
Paul Bancroft, Precinct 1. I'm just looking for a clarification on the Peyton Aaron Bridge maintenance and how that's constituted as capital. Is that a one-time fee here?
Okay, let me get some information on that. Do you want to speak to that, Mr. Barber? Okay.
Yeah, so that 190,000, that was for emergency repairs on the gates that come down on both sides of the bridge. All the mechanisms are worn, and we're looking at replacing them. Since the state has taken over the design for the rehabilitation of the Peyton Aaron Bridge, that may also be in that design, but in the interim, it's going to be a few years before they do the reconstruction and the rehabilitation. We may have to replace those arms.
Okay. Any further discussion on DPW Administrative Division? No. Okay. So are we ready to vote on Article 8? I believe we've cleared the holds. Okay. All in favor of Article 8, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 8 passes at 10:31. Article 9, appropriation for collective bargaining agreements. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, thank you. This would appropriate the sum of $513,445 for the settlement of the, between the town and the DPW Laborers Union for FY23 to FY25.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tattlebaum.
Move that the meeting approve this article.
And do I have a second? Thank you. Select Board recommendation.
Select Board's 5-0.
And
in
Finance,
favor.
Finance Committee recommendation, I'm sorry.
Finance recommendation 7-0.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 9? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 9, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 9 passes at 10:32. Article 10, salaries and stipends of elected officials. As I told you, I'm going to step aside and turn the gavel over to Mr. Savastano.
Okay. Don't get lost.
Article 10, salaries and stipends of elected officials. Sponsor, Select Board, do we have a motion?
Move that the meeting approve this article.
Second. Discussion on the article. Select Board recommendation,
5-0 in favor.
Finance Committee recommendation. Is there discussion on the article?
Finance voted 2 to 5 against.
Mr. McGinnis, did you want to talk about this?
Are you recognizing me? This article is for the salary and stipends of elected officials. The elected boards and committees have a $0 amount, so there's no increase. The town clerk's salary shows an increase from $91,709 to $98,277. This is consistent with the department heads union in town. It's also consistent with many of the other collective bargaining units where they have a COLA and a step increase incorporated together. So this, and the amount proposed for FY24 is $98,277.
And I believe Sue Gaducci had her hand up. Up top.
I would like just a little bit of clarification because there was some information included, and I would like to hear the minority opinion from the Finance Committee. It looks to me like it's a 22.5% increase over the course of a fiscal year, and that's just adding the 15.5% to the 7%. I'm not sure if anybody in this room has received a 22.5% increase to their salary in a year. There was also mention made about the steelworkers union wages, which I don't understand, so I was hoping that Finance could shed some light on that.
Does anybody want to talk to this? Okay, so you want the majority opinion, not the minority, right?
Why don't you give both?
Okay. This article sets the town's salary and stipends for all elected officials fiscal year 2024. The majority opinion, the majority voted to not recommend as the town clerk is an elected position and is not part of the steelworkers union. There was no mention of expanded job requirements or measurable criteria to determine a merit increase. Last year in the fiscal year 2023 budget, the town clerk's salary was increased by 15.5% from $79,350 to $91,709. The fiscal year 2023 change was based on a town clerk salary review, and it was determined at the time of the increase it would be consistent with the town reclassification policy and would align with other town clerks in some similar municipalities. The largest expense in the town is personnel and benefits. As Dartmouth struggles to fund our schools, municipal salaries increases, we should be careful and reviewed and evaluated. The minority opinion. This request is made to bring the town's clerk in line with the recent reclassification study completed by the town of Dartmouth. The request was recommended by the town administrator. And that's it.
Yes. My mic, you just need to turn it on.
It is not a 22% increase. It's a 3% COLA and a step increase, which equals 7%, which is consistent with what the other department heads got. So if you figured out what it is currently to what it's going to be, it works out to a 3% cost of living and a step increase, which again is consistent with what other public employees are receiving in Dartmouth.
Any further discussion? In the back?
Good morning. My name is Jeannie Tripp. I'm from Precinct 7. My only concern is that last year was my very first town meeting, and we addressed this issue last year, where, as I recall, it was almost like 15%. I work for a living. I have additional responsibilities, Most places you go today, they want more for less anyhow. Steps, I understand. Longevity, I understand. But with the rise in everything else, and we're not able to take care of our schools correctly, another 7% for administrative, I'm sorry, I just can't agree with that.
Yes.
Last year was not a raise. What you saw last year was an adjustment. It was so that the town clerk's position could be made part of the reclassification study. All members or employees in Dartmouth were part of that study, and their salaries were also adjusted. It was prior to the current town clerk's time in office, and so for whatever reason, that position was not a part of the study. So last year was not a typical raise. It was an adjustment to get that position in line with other department heads and other town clerks that are in comparable communities based on the company that came in and studied Dartmouth and identified those comparable communities. Again, the other department heads, when they were reclassified, received a similar adjustment and are currently receiving a similar increase.
Sir? Microphone over here, please. Stand up.
Gil Borges, Precinct 4. Why is it we can't pay teachers' assistants more than $19,000 to $26,000 a year, but there's no shortage of money for the people at the top?
Ma'am, in the back. Ma'am, in the back, please stand up.
Liz DiPaolo, Precinct 4. I sympathize with a lot of the comments, but what I also think it's important to understand is this is 2023. We need to continue to attract younger generations to be able to carry this town forward for everyone that has done so for us this far. Inflation, I understand it, we all do, and I'm sure the town clerk does too. But again, this is 2023. The days of making $50,000 anymore, $60,000, $70,000 anymore aren't viable. I think she does a fantastic job, and I support the increase of the salary at this time.
Sir, in the back.
Jim Griffith, Precinct 2. I have occasion to work with town clerk offices all across the South Coast. And I can assure you that they do not all operate at the same level of professionalism as the town clerk office in Dartmouth. If we are leveling out to where we should have been, then we should do that. I think what we get from the town clerk office in Dartmouth is superior to every town clerk office that I work with all across the South Coast. We need to do this.
Anybody else? You a town meeting member? You're supposed to be down in here. You need to come down front, please. Kevin Murphy.
Kevin Murphy, Precinct 8. I think it's important to realize that this is an elected position, and that if we become unhappy with the services we get from the collector's office, then we at least have the option to elect someone else. I stand for this increase based on the information that she's provided, and anytime she feels short, we just don't elect her anymore. But I think they're doing a fine job down there, and I'll support this effort.
Okay, you ready to vote? All those in favor? All those, I didn't see it. All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion carries. No, I need to. Yes. Microphone over here, please. Let's try and move it along.
John Garfield, Precinct 9. I'm asking for 7 people to stand up with me to question the vote that you just called.
To question the vote?
Yes.
My count?
Yes.
You want a teller count?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll have a teller count. Sir, go ahead. I didn't see him, sir. I had already called the vote.
Bill Chandler, Precinct 1, former member of the Library Board. It's my understanding this is a technical correction on the stipulation of stipends, that by agreement between the Library Board and the Select Board, that there will no longer be 6 members on the Library Board, there will only be 5, which is consistent with the charter. I hope that correction can be made on the chart in the future.
That's not relevant to this question. Okay, our teller is ready to count. Where are our tellers? All those in favor, please hold your card up. Okay. What's that? Okay, we are voting on Article 10 as written in the warrant. So all those in favor, as they walk up, you will raise your hands. Okay, first row, please. All those in favor. Second row. Do you want me to call each row?
So it should be, they're going to do the middle section first, and then they're going to do each side section, one row at a time.
Okay, so we are doing, this is why I don't run for town moderator. We are doing the middle section first. So everybody, let's start over. Did you already click or not? First row, middle, everyone in favor, please raise their hands. Raise their cards. Second row, middle, please raise your cards. Third row, middle, please raise your cards. Fourth row, middle, please raise your cards. Fifth row, middle, please raise your cards. Next row, middle, please raise your cards. I already lost count. Next row, middle, please raise your cards. Next row, middle, please raise your cards. And finally, last row, middle, all those in favor, please raise your cards. So we'll do the right section next. And if this fails, that means the people who get zero get zero. Nobody moved to amend the article. Well, now we have to do those on the stage. Those on the stage in favor. Those on the stage in favor. Those on the stage opposed.
Wait, stop. You want to take their all in favor, write it down, and then we're going to redo a count for those opposed.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
You're going to write down the
Come on
number?
up. I'm being town clerk and, okay. Now we're going to take the vote of those opposed. Starting in the middle. Row 1, please. Row 2. Row 3. Row 4. Row 5. So you challenged my vote, but you're not opposed to it? I'm confused.
We're not going to hustle the audience, Anthony.
Next row. Keep going. Okay, you gonna do that side next? What?
I don't believe you have to provide the count. I think you can just declare.
I'm only provided. Just to make my point. What's that? They won't let me forget, trust me. Okay, come up on stage and then we'll do the people on the stage. You can come up. Anyone on the stage opposed? Okay, bring it up, please. Motion passes 107 to 55. At 10:52. Wasn't close.
Thank you very much. Article 11, we're gonna put that aside. As I said, Schedule A, we're gonna put aside for right now, and we're gonna come back to that. What time it is? Article 12. So, so let me start again. Article 11 is the budget. As I told you at the beginning, we're going to hold that till later, right? So it's either going to be our last or our one immediately following lunch. So we're going to go to Article 12. That's on page 9 in your warrant, okay? Article 12, funding sewer and septic system betterments. Mr. Carrero.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 12 funds the annual sewer and septic betterment program. The FY24 appropriation request is in the amount of $1,052,316.87 from the sewer betterment revenue and $32,606 to cover the FY24 debt service and associated fees on Title V septic system loans administered by the Board of Health.
Thank you. Mr. Tattelbaum.
Move that the meeting approve this article.
And do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Tattelbaum,
Select Board approves 5-0.
And Mr.
Finance
Galvin.
approves 6-0.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 12? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 12, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 12 passes at 10:54. Article 13, Funding Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. Mr. Carrero.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 13 funds the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53F and 1/2. The recommended budget for FY24 is $1,800,371.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tattelbaum.
Move that the meeting approve this article.
And do I have a second? Thank you. Select Board recommendation?
Select Board approves 5-0.
And Finance Committee, please.
Finance approves 7-0.
Any discussion on Article 13? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 13, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 13 passes at 10:54. Article 14, Funding Water Department Enterprise Fund. Mr. Carrero.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 14 funds the Water Department Enterprise Fund pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53 and 1/2. The FY24 recommended budget is $5,959,405.
Thank you. Mr. Tattelbaum.
Move that the meeting accept this article.
And do I have a second? Thank you. Select Board recommendation
Select Board approves 5-0.
and Finance Committee recommendation.
Finance 7-0 in favor.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 14? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 14, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 14 passes at 10:55. Article 15, Funding Sewer Department Enterprise Fund. Mr. Carrero.
Madam Moderator, Article 15 funds the Sewer Department Enterprise Fund pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53 and F and 1/2. The FY24 recommended budget is $5,885,815.
Thank you. Mr. Tattelbaum.
Move that the meeting accept this article.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thanks. And Select Board recommendation
Select Board approves 5-0.
and Finance Committee.
Finance approves 7-0.
Any discussion on Article 15? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 15, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 15 passes at 10:56. Article 16, Funding Dartmouth Cable Television Enterprise Fund. Mr. Carrero.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 16 funds the Cable Television DCTV Enterprise Fund pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53 and 1/2. The 24 recommended budget is $575,004.
Mr. Tattelbaum.
Move that the meeting approve this article.
And second, thank you. Select Board recommendation
Select Board approves 5-0.
and Finance Committee, please.
Finance approves 7-0.
Thank you. Article 16 is before us. Any discussion on Article 16? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 16, please indicate by raising your hand. Opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. Article 16 passes at 10:57. Article 17, Funding Waterways Management Enterprise Fund. Mr. Carrero.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 17 funds the Waterways Management Enterprise Fund pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53 and 1/2. The FY24 recommended budget is $360,605.
Thank you. Mr. Tattelbaum.
Move that the meeting approve this article.
And do I have a second? Thank you. Select Board recommendation
5-0 approve.
and Finance Committee.
Finance Committee 7-0 in favor.
Article 17 is before us. Any discussion on Article 17? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 17, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 17 passes at 10:58. Article 18, Personnel Bylaw Amendments, New Position and Salary Adjustments. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, thank you. This will amend the current salary schedule for the Schedule A to incorporate the compensation grade for 2 positions, and also amend the Schedule E, adjusting the compensation pay for a number of positions, part-time positions that are related to minimum wage increases and also a contracted snowplow driver.
Thank you. Mr. Tattlebaum.
Move that the meeting approve this article.
And second, thank you. Select Board recommendation
Select Board approves 5-0.
and Finance Committee.
Finance recommends 7-0.
Okay, any discussion on Article 18? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 18, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 18 passes at 10:59. Article 19, acceptance of local option stabilization fund statute. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, this will accept the fourth paragraph of the Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section B, that allows for the dedication of revenue streams to stabilization funds. This would allow for a town meeting to vote to dedicate to stabilization funds any funding that is received by the town and for the future.
Mr. Tattlebaum.
Move that the meeting approve this article.
Thank you. I have a second. Select Board recommendation.
Select Board approves 5-0.
Thank you. And Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends 7-0.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 19? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 19, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 19 passes at 11 o'clock. Article 20, dedication of future opioid legal settlement receipts. Mr. McGinnis.
Thank you. This is in conjunction with the previous article. This would dedicate future opioid legal settlement receipts to go from directly into the opioid stabilization fund. This would negate the need to come to town meeting to transfer the funds from the general fund to the opioid stabilization fund.
Thank you. Mr. Tattlebaum.
Move that the meeting approve this article.
And I have a second. Thank you. Select Board recommendation.
Select Board approves 5-0.
Thank you. Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends 7-0.
Thank you. Article 20, any discussion on Article 20? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 20, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 20 passes at 11:01. Article 21, zoning bylaw preamble amendment. Ms. O'Grady.
Hello, everyone. I am here today with members of the Planning Board that are also town meeting voting members. The first article before you is Article 21.
Ms.
It
O'Grady,
is
will you just introduce yourself to those people?
Oh,
who
I'm sorry.
might
I'm
not
Christine
know you?
O'Grady, the Planning Director.
Thank you.
The first article is a zoning bylaw amendment to the preamble bylaw, Section 375-1 of the zoning bylaw. Revisions to this bylaw are being brought forth to bring it into agreement with the Planning Board approved 2023 master plan. The change involves a year change from 2007 to 2023 and the addition of 3 values which were part of the public involved master plan process as shown in your warrant article.
Thank you. Is Mr. O'Neill moving this for us? I don't see him.
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion, Mr. O'Neill, I can't see you, so, and do I have a second? Thank you. Select Board recommendation
Select Board approves 5-0.
and Finance Committee.
Finance did not recommend 0-7.
Thank you. Any discussion on Article 21? Mr. Dabney, and I'll get to you next, okay? 1 second.
Fred Dabney, Precinct 5. I'm curious to hear the reason the Finance Committee rejected it, but I also would like to know, we're being asked to vote on something that the Planning Board apparently has voted on and the town has been made aware of as this master plan again, and we haven't seen it. We don't know what it is, so how are we supposed to vote on it?
So let me give you the Finance Committee recommendation.
The Finance Committee felt that we were lacking information comparing the original language to the proposed amendment.
Do I have anyone from the Planning Board that wants to speak to whether or how they might wish to communicate or how it's being communicated, the master plan information?
speak on this topic. So is that okay?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So the master plan has been put on the town website on numerous occasions. We have had workshops throughout the process from when it started. Again, it was delayed slightly because of COVID. The hard copies of the master plan are being delivered to the town hall today by Serped. The changes to the zoning amendment bylaw, the planning board had to approve the master plan, which they have done at numerous numerous public hearings on their end, and then they've also had their regular planning board members, meetings, which are open to all of the public. The changes today are to the zoning bylaw, and it is just a year change from 2007 to 2023, because the master plan is now finalized, it's complete, it's being sent to the state, it is approved by the town's planning board, which is your elected board. The other change that comes with this zoning amendment is we added 3 values. The 3 values that were added to 10 existing values, and they were in your package. They have been in the Finance Committee's package all along. The Finance Committee's concern was that they were not highlighted. I have gone back through, prior to my tenure, to the previous 2 planning director tenures, they've never been highlighted. They are often redlined. That was provided to the groups. I have provided that to various town officials. It's not my job or it's not my responsibility or my right to send it to individual committee members. I send it to their supporting staff, and their staff is to distribute it to them. So I did my piece of it. Everybody has it in their package. We also responded on numerous times for what was asked, providing additional information in the format that was required by the Finance Committee. So these changes, again, are not anything other than a date change and adding 3 values which were vetted through the public process.
Thank you. A microphone down here, please.
Bill Chandler, Precinct 1. I know my hearing's getting bad, but did I miss you advising that this requires a 2/3 vote on a zoning amendment?
Nope, I was going to advise you when we go to a vote. So it is going to require a 2/3 vote. You're absolutely right, and your hearing's not bad.
Not out of order, Mr. Solicitor?
No, Mr. Chandler, I appreciate the reminder, just in case I didn't bring it up, so thank you very much. Do we have any further discussion on this article? As Mr. Chandler, oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a question. It's a little confusing. We got the packet that the planning board put together, and the 10th value is actually the same as 11. And so it's either a Scribner's error that you're asking us to vote on the new number 11, 12, and 13, which are beautifully written, and I'm in full support. It's just a little confusing based on the packet, because number 10 and number 11 are the same.
I do not have the original 10 with me today. I can verify that. I don't know that. We had added 3, so I will check that when I get home.
Okay. But is it clear in the warrant, Mrs. Stone? It's in the warrant, yeah? Yeah, okay. I think it's written appropriately in the warrant. Any further discussion on Article 21? Mr. Souza?
Thank you, John Souza, Precinct 4. The Finance Committee simply requested, we voted all these articles down because of lack of information. What the Finance Committee was looking for, what we got was proposed changes to a bylaw, and we weren't given the full text of the bylaw and how that fits into whether it's a 6-page bylaw or a 3-page bylaw. We were just given excerpts of it. So we wanted to see it in its entirety. And what we asked for is that we be giving the bylaw, highlight the new language, whether it's red or yellow. And there was also in these other zoning articles some deletions. And we asked for the deletions be included in the proposal, that we just didn't get what word was deleted, but how it fit into the overall existing bylaw. To date, the planning board, the Finance Committee did not get that. Yes, we did receive some documents that were highlighted, but we didn't receive documents that was deleted. And maybe I'm out of line here, but I think the Finance Committee, we discussed this, that we didn't think there was anything detrimental, that this couldn't wait till our next town meeting for this to come back with clarified language. I'm already seeing it tonight. People are a little bit confused just on the first article. So I would like to see all these come back with the full text, the full bylaw, what's been added and what's been deleted, so you all can clearly know on exactly what you're voting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Souza. Any further discussion on Article 21? Sure.
Okay. Again, it has been said, and it is in all of the packets, and it was in the package that went before the Finance Committee. We are changing a date from 2007 to 2023. Then we are adding 3 new values. There's nothing being deleted from this. You have the text of what the values were. This is not financial in nature. This is strictly what was been through the master plan process, which was an open process to everybody in this town. We had workshops in person, we had workshops remotely, we have been before all of the committees over certain times. We have brought it to every department head, every group. So this has been vetted. Again, we are not making any deletions in this particular case. We are changing one number, and we are adding 3 values that I feel as though you would all strongly believe in if you actually read them. Thank you.
Mrs. McDonald on the aisle right there, please. Yes, right there. That nice lady. You want to speak, Mrs. McDonald? Yeah, the microphone.
This is Jackie McDonald, Precinct 5. I have a question. Why would something like this even have to go to the Finance Committee? I mean, it's got no money. They shouldn't have any say in it anyway.
Is that part of our bylaws? Yes. It's in our bylaws, so if you want to be on the Bylaw Review Committee, I have appointing power, Mrs. McDonald, and you could recommend that they don't.
I'm just saying that, it really shouldn't even have to go to them.
It's
Thank you.
part of our bylaw. Yep, thank you very much. Mrs. Zimmerman, did you want to speak? Could I get a microphone on, I'm sorry, on the outside there? Thank you.
Is it on? Jane Zimmerman, Precinct 9. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm just not sure why in town bylaws that have to be abided by, we're putting statements of value. I'm not sure it's the right place for it, but aside from that, in your paragraph 11, we must reconcile our desire for, et cetera. How are you planning to must reconcile those things when they come up?
So again, as the town administrator had pointed out, this is a guide. This is a 10-year guide for the town. The reason it is in the bylaw is because it was in the bylaw all along. There have been a number of years this bylaw has been in existence. We are just making it match what we currently have. So this is not something new that has been brought forward. This is the way you have your bylaw set up. The planning board is trying to bring that up to the current date. As far as putting values in your zoning bylaw, again, that is just the way it has been established. As far as actually living up to those things, again, there is going to be an implementation committee similar to other implementation committees in town that will work with the various groups to implement a number of the different items, the goals and objectives of this plan.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. In view of some of the confusion, I would move that we indefinitely postpone this article.
So I have a motion for indefinite postponement and a second. You ready to vote on indefinite postponement? All in favor of indefinite postponement, please indicate by raising your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Oof. You people are not making it easy on me today. All right, I think we need to do a teller count because I don't have a good sense of that one. Could my tellers come back down front, please?
You're both at 0.
You want to hand them off to them? Sure. I don't want to look like I touched them. Okay. So I'm going to do this a little bit differently than we did last time, because now I'm back at the podium.
Thanks a lot.
So you did a great job, Anthony. I'm not ripping on our town council. I just want to be clear. If you are in favor of indefinite postponement, I'd like you to raise your hand and keep it up if you are sitting down here. I'm going to come up to the stage later. If you are down here, that way our tellers can do it any way they want. Please put up your hand. I'll let you know when I'm switching out. If you are in favor of indefinite postponement, please indicate by raising your hand. I didn't think, 1 second. Let me just check my guide. I don't think indefinite postponement is an article open for discussion, but let me just double check. Okay, I apologize. It is debatable. Do we have any discussion on indefinite postponement? Apparently, Mrs. Miller does.
Thank you. I didn't mean to delay things, but I just wanted it to be proper. Thank you. I'm asking you to vote in favor of this. In your packet, you received all the information. It's highlighted what is new, what isn't new. I don't see anything wrong with diversified housing. We need to put this into our bylaws so that we have it, so that the planning board can work forward to work on these things. To constantly vote against planning articles is not good for this town. This has been vetted out by all the boards in this town. It has been vetted by all the committees that were available to read and look. If you wanted to listen and you couldn't go, you could see it all on public television. It was there. You had the right to submit your own written decisions. You liked what was heard, you didn't like what was heard. I know that several citizens in this town commented on every single line that was talked about. So it has been vetted, and these are important issues. Diversified housing is an important issue in this town. So I'm asking you to vote against postponement.
Okay, so any further discussion on indefinite postponement? Mr. Tattlebaum.
I wonder if everybody's as confused as I am. I think that the main thing we need to keep in mind here is the master plan is the key to where we go from here and the money we spend and what our priorities are. And the sooner we do it, the better off we're going to be. And I think, as Mr. O'Grady said a moment ago, this is the beginning of the process, and it's going to be a team effort with the staff and volunteers to institute the priorities of this master plan. It seems to me, it sounds like the faster we can do that and not postpone and wait would probably be a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on indefinite postponement? So the vote before us is not on the main motion, but rather indefinite postponement, okay? I'm going to have a teller count because it wasn't clear to me. So if you are in favor of indefinite postponement, please raise your hand and keep it up, and I'll let you know when you can take it down. So I'm not going row by row, and if you are on stage, I will come back to you. If you are in the center section, I know it was done differently, raise your hand and keep it up if you are in favor of indefinite postponement, please. It's not that long. Okay, so you all like the way it was done before, so we'll keep with it. Could you do the section next over here, please? If you are in favor of indefinite postponement, please indicate by raising your hand so that the tellers can record your vote. Okay, I know. And over on the left-hand side, sorry. Over on the left-hand side, or my left, your right, could you please indicate by raising your hand so our tellers can make sure they record your vote if you are in favor of indefinite postponement? Okay, if you are up on stage and you are in favor of indefinite postponement, please raise your hand. Okay, 1 second, let me take this count, please. If you are opposed to indefinite postponement and you are sitting right here in the middle, please raise your hand. Okay, over here. If you are opposed to indefinite postponement, please indicate by raising your card so that our tellers can record your vote. And on my left, your right, if you are opposed to indefinite postponement, please indicate by raising your card. If you are on stage and you are opposed to indefinite postponement, please indicate by raising your card or your hand, if you're a town meeting member. Okay, 1 second here. The motion for indefinite postponement fails at 11:22. So back on the main motion, do we have any discussion on the main motion? Are we ready to vote on the main motion? I love that. All in favor of Article 21, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 21 passes at 11:22. Article 22, zoning bylaw neighborhood business district amendment. Ms. O'Grady.
An article before you today is a zoning bylaw amendment to the neighborhood business districts bylaw, section 375-14 of the zoning bylaw. This amendment adds 14 words to the end of section 375-14.1I, which are, the words are as follows: provided that no drive-through service shall be allowed as part of this use. This article intends to clarify the intent and longstanding view of the planning board for the district. This revision of the bylaw is being introduced as a clarification and confirmation of the neighborhood business, consistent interpretation by town officials over many years regarding the intent of the neighborhood business district's provisions. The purpose of the warrant article is to avoid future misinterpretations over the intention and to not make a substantive change to the allowed uses within the district. The district, which is in light pink on the zoning map that was provided in your packet, contains a total of 23 parcels.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill, I think you're here to move it, but I don't see you in the audience, so. Okay, are you a town meeting member? You're a town meeting member? No. I need a town meeting member to move this. Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Select Board recommendation
Select Board approves 5-0.
and Finance Committee.
Finance Committee voted 0-7 against.
Article 22, any discussion on Article 22? Mr. Chandler.
Bill Chandler, Precinct 1. This requires a two-thirds vote and will subsequently have to be approved by the Attorney General's office. This is a major policy issue, so I want to make sure that everybody understands the implication of this vote.
Mr. Savastano.
Yes, that's true. Any bylaw is approved by the Attorney General, and any zoning bylaw is approved by two-thirds vote of town meeting. That's not unique to this article.
Okay. Any further discussion on Article 22? Over here, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Mello, Precinct 9. I'm also the past chair of the Planning Board, and this was implemented and brought forth at my request. I consider this a cleanup of this bylaw. There are currently no PA systems allowed in this district, and I'd like to add this. This is for this district right here that is relatively close to homes. It may not be your home. It certainly is not my home, but I am concerned that if drive-throughs are allowed in this district, that the immediate abutters will be very, very inconvenienced. And, again, there's confusion. A cloud of confusion can be put upon anything by one bad apple. I recommend people to keep it simple. The intent of this bylaw is to keep it as simple as possible and add this one line to the existing bylaw. There's no underlying motives. So I strongly encourage this town meeting to approve this as is. Thank you.
Mr. Savastano, do you want to be recognized?
Yeah, I also want to make it clear that this has been consistent with the interpretation of building commissioners over the last many years, certainly throughout my tenure. There has been applications for variances based on, for instance, down on Russell's Mills Road, where there's, as you know, in the morning, there's horrible school traffic. There's been applications or attempts to get drive-through there, and it's been a consistent interpretation of several different building commissioners that our bylaw currently does not allow it. There's been threatened litigation over that interpretation. And I never weigh in on comments on bylaws, but I recommend in favor of this change because all it is doing is clarifying an existing interpretation of our current bylaw, and it would certainly stave off any litigation on that issue.
Thank you. Right here, please. 1 second, let me get you a microphone, please, Mrs. Sweet.
Margaret Sweet, Precinct 9, Clerk of the Planning Board. The Planning Board feels that, I don't know why the Finance Committee had a problem with any of this, but these are not major changes. These are changes that are necessary, and especially this one because of certain properties in the neighborhood business. So I hope that you will vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 22, or are we? Yes, Mr.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the Finance Committee again voted 0-7 against this because we felt we didn't have enough information. it's important to understand that when we vote on these things, we have to vote on what is presented to us in these meetings. These zoning laws, bylaws were presented twice. The first time, and then the second time, somebody came from the planning board to explain them. We have detailed minutes that are online. Also, you can go to DCTV and look at our meetings when we review these things, and you can make your own determination whether we had enough information. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 22? Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Article 22? It's going to require a two-thirds vote, as Mr. Chandler pointed out. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 22 passes at 11:29. Article 23, zoning bylaw explanation and purpose amendment. Ms. O'Grady.
This next bylaw, the third article, is a town zoning bylaw amendment to the explanation and purpose bylaw section 375-2 of the zoning bylaw. The update, the planning board worked with the town council on this, as with the previous two articles and the next article that you would be seeing. In this particular case, they had advised the planning board to delete sections and put in the section again. There are actually very few changes to the actual thing. The Finance Committee did again receive all of the information. They did receive highlights after they asked for it. I also should point out that they had scheduled on the town calendar with the clerk's office numerous meetings which I was available for attendance at, and they canceled at the last moment. So as we go forward on this, I want to make clear that everything was provided. I mean, quite simply, if there is still a complaint about not receiving the original bylaw from which to work from, they did receive, or I had gotten it to the appropriate authorities that they did receive an actual red line. So if it didn't get to that committee, I apologize for that. Again, it's not my place to bring that to the committee. I bring it to the people to distribute it to that committee. After they asked for it a couple of times, we also gave a clear and concise review of the thing and the bylaws as they asked for it. That being said, the update to section 375-2.2 involves changing the number of classes from 11 to the number 14, which is currently as the town is zoned. So this meets things that you have voted on in the past as town meeting members. We are not changing the number of zones in any way. We're just going to make sure that the text in the bylaw, the green book that we all go by, is correct. The second thing is a reorganization of those class districts to match the zoning map. So we put it by like residential or commercial. That's all we did in that particular case. So again, we made both the bylaw and the town map, which will go forward in the records, match exactly. The third thing is section 375-2.3, which is an amendment, and it would add the words "and overlay," 2 words, after the word district in the section. The next section would be adding a text referencing all 6 of the existing overlay districts and their boundaries to the bylaw. Again, we are not adding any new overlay districts. We are not changing the boundaries in any way. We are simply making sure that everything that you have approved to date matches with the plan and the text within the green book. The fourth item, is updating the zoning map to show the existing overlays, clarify notes, and we're going to add the words "as amended by town meeting June 6, 2023. Again, we are not adding or changing any districts, overlays, or boundaries with that change. We are adding a date. We are making everything consistent, which is in the best interest of every member of this town. It affects every single parcel in this town. Therefore, you will all benefit from making sure this is correct. The last thing is, as part of this article, we are going to amend section 375-2.4a by deleting "shall be" and replacing it with "are." The reason this is being done is with the advice of town council. We do not work in a vacuum. The planning board works throughout the year on any changes with town council. We also, again, brought this to the Select Board Finance Committee. We've had numerous open meetings. Every meeting is held via Zoom. We did have an in-person public hearing as well, just to cover this. Again, I want to reiterate before I step back that there are no boundary changes. We're not adding any new districts. We're not changing any uses. We're not adding any overlays as part of this amendment. Thank you.
So do I have a motion? And a second? Select Board recommendation
Select Board recommends 5-0.
and Finance Committee recommendation.
0-7 against.
Before we open it for discussion, I just want to highlight that it's a 2/3 vote, Mr. Chandler, so I think we're good there. Any discussion on Article 23? Are we ready to vote on Article 23? All in favor of Article 23, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 23 passes at 11:34. Article 24, Gendro Estates Surety Appropriation. Mr. Barber.
I worked on this together.
So would you like to speak to it?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
This third article is, this fourth article that we're bringing forth today is a joint venture between the Planning Board and the Department of Public Works. Again, we have worked, and this is an appropriation entitled the Gendro Estate Surety Appropriation. This article stems from the developer not completing the infrastructure within the Gendro Estate subdivision, and as agreed to with the Planning Board and as recorded at the Bristol County Registry of Deeds. The amount being held by the town was estimated by DPW for the Planning Board as is standard practice in the event that the developer had not completed the agreed-upon improvements. In this case, the developer did not finalize the subdivision. The Treasurer's Office was holding a letter of credit. This letter of credit was due to expire in January of this year, so we opted as a group to call in the letter of credit. The amount in question is $451,974.09. This is an older subdivision. It's been not being finished for a number of years. Again, we were going to lose the money. So that being said, this money is currently being withheld within the general funds. We need to get it transferred or appropriated for DPW to use it to help complete the infrastructure. Again, as this is an older subdivision and there are a number of issues with this particular thing, we may not be able to complete all of the infrastructure improvements. They will use the money that they have to complete the majority of them. They will work with, they hired outside sources to do it. They will be overseeing it. Again, none of the money goes to the Planning Board. This is, again, for completion of roadways within that. There are currently a number of residents that reside in this district. The homeowners association would eventually, if they decide to move forward, and they can, in order to get the town to maybe accept the roadways in that particular case, they will have to come together for this. So this means that they will be private in nature at this point. Again, that DPW will be doing the work. It also should be noted that the town is holding 2 lots as part of this. We cannot sell the lots according to town council for further monies, but we can hold them indefinitely, so that's the best that the planning board can do on that end. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but that's basically it in this case.
Mr. Tattlebaum, would you like to move this for us?
Select Board recommends 5-0.
Okay, I need a motion. Can I have a motion?
Do that,
Motion
too.
and a second. Thank you. And the Select Board recommendation is 5-0. Finance Committee recommendation?
Recommend 7-0.
Okay, this is a majority vote. Any discussion on Article 24? Right here, please, and then I see you.
Arthur Gerard, Precinct 2. I was wondering if there was any homeowners here today that could speak on this very subject. If they're being directly affected, I think the town meeting members should hear from them.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone that's a homeowner in this area that would like to speak? They're in the back. Okay. Can you hand off the mic?
Hi, good morning. My name is Josh Ransell. I'm a resident of 1 Donna Marie Drive, North Dartmouth. It's a newer development. I know it's described as old. I think the roads may have been paved with a base layer a decade ago, but we moved in January of last year, my wife and I. I've got a son who will be 2 in August. It's 29 homes, all young families. None of us were aware when we were sold to the homes that it was a private neighborhood. We were all told that the roads would be paved as soon as the last home was sold. We started to discover that none of this was true. Our first winter in the home, when our road it was never plowed. So we were stranded in a house for probably 3 days with no access to the roads with an infant. Subsequent calls to the town, we finally realized what had happened. The developer decided not to finish the roads and left that on us. There is no HOA that we're aware of, other than the developer who has run off with whatever funds were there. Recently, we've learned, the developer decided to walk. He's not going to finish the roads. Unfortunately, the planning board, and I'm sure you're all excellent, work very hard, but mistakenly released 6 of the 8 final lots and allowed the builder to build on these lots, thus giving away all of our leverage to get the builder to finish the roads. So at this point, we're hoping and praying that the funds that were taken from the builder are reallocated to get the roads completed, but beyond that, that still leaves us in a predicament where now, due to some errors, there will likely not be enough funds to finish our roads, so we will not have plowing. We do not have an HOA to get us plowing, and we may be facing another winter with toddlers in 29 homes who are stranded. So just ask that folks kind of keep that in mind when we're voting on this and hopefully future votes for this development.
Thank you. Right here, please, Mrs. Bancroft, right there.
Gloria Bancroft, Precinct 1. 2 questions, one for DPW. How much more in costs what would be other expenses or the total cost to finish this project? And second, for Planning Board, how do we prevent this from happening for future developments? Just wanted to hear a little bit more about that.
Mr. Barber, do you want to try and
We
address
don't
that?
have exact costs currently until the money is appropriated, and we'll go out to bid for the reconstruction of the roadways and the completion of the subdivision. We'll stretch out the money as much as we can if we have to do some of the work ourselves in-house. And the 2 lots that are being held will only be released once the subdivision is completed. If it can't be completed with the funds that are in the surety that has been taken, then the developer, prior to developing those 2 additional lots, will have to put up additional money to complete the construction.
So just for clarification, Mr. Barber, let me just ask this question because the roads are currently not town roads. They haven't been accepted by town. Is that correct?
They are not, no.
Okay, so we're just using the leverage we have to try and help this group of residents finish the road because it's part of a surety that we're given in the planning process. So
Yes,
it's
and-
not really incumbent. The town might do something, but it's not really incumbent upon the town to complete the roads other than as best we can with the surety monies that are provided. Is that
Correct.
true?
So in order to obtain a building permit within a subdivision, either the construction has to be completed or they have to post surety for the completion of that to protect the residents that are purchasing in that development. These estimates were estimated pre-COVID, so and the letter of credit was expiring, so we chose to obtain that surety so we could use that money to fund the rest of the construction through the town. We've done this before. Usually it's they've been smaller subdivisions and smaller amounts. This is a larger subdivision, and somebody said the roads were paved a decade ago. You're pushing actually 2 decades. I think they were paved in 2007, and that was just the binder, not even the surface course. So the money has to go to reconstructing the roads and completing the rest of the subdivision.
And some of the issue is that if we don't draw down this letter of credit now, it expires and the town will not have the ability to do that. Is that
Correct.
true? Okay.
And as far as acceptance and maintenance, the town, the DPW will not be able to maintain the roads until they're accepted. I advise an HOA, and after the completion of the subdivision, they can petition the select board for the town to accept all the roads within the subdivision.
And Ms. O'Grady, you can certainly add to this, but the way that you try to prevent this from happening is by having a surety bond that we can draw on the letter of credit. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that, Ms. O'Grady or Mr. Barber?
Yes, we do the surety each time. Normally, what should be done with the letter of credit is that it should be non-expiring. That did not happen in this case. Again, this was a number of years ago before Tim and I were in our current positions. As far as holding lots, the planning board did go against the advisement in the outline. This was a while ago as well. They went against the subdivision control laws and their subdivision regulations, which clearly state how many lots should be released at a given time. So that happened prior to all of this now, too. So there are numerous things that happen. There are ways we can prevent it. The new planning board now knows going forward that you don't release, you release up until that exact number. You never release more than that. We have also talked with town council about adding inflation measures into the DPW estimates in addition to the contingency fund that we do allow in there for line items. And then I think lastly and most importantly is there won't necessarily be the big subdivisions as there were in the past. So we'll be looking at smaller subdivisions. And so if somebody's walking away from one lot, within a 4-lot or a 5-lot subdivision, as opposed to somebody who's walking away from 2 lots in a 20 or 30, that's a big difference, and that's a big financial cut to them. So we have put things in place. We are all aware of it, and we will move forward from there.
I need a microphone down here for Mr. Garfield, please.
John Garfield, Precinct 9. Will these roads that are being done by you guys, will they be up to town standards so they can be accepted, so they don't have anything further coming at them?
Yes, absolutely. Our engineering department will be inspecting all the work that's done by any contractors that we do hire. They will be built per DPW standards.
Mr. Savastano, did you want to add a
To the
comment?
extent of the funds available. They can't use public funds for private property. That's a violation of the Anti-Aid Amendment.
Okay. Right there, please. Okay, thank you.
Hello, people. Tom Yenner again, Precinct 1. I'm up near this district, and I think I know a couple things in life. Building houses and water. Try listening to me. I sold 77 house lots in Dartmouth. I had to. It was a family problem. The first one was 47 lots. Guess what? I started, everything was great, cul-de-sacs. They stopped me. District 3, the fire engine, they built a new college. They got a brand new fire engine. It wouldn't go around the cul-de-sac. We had to start all over again. So what I'm trying to tell you people, it has to be figured out right. You have to keep an eye on it and help everybody. You got some people up there that are close to $1 million in one house. There's 27 of them. If that don't get solved somehow, they're going to be walking into the department, to the select board. They're going to, it's going to be a big mess.
I think you should postpone this, if you can, until somebody gets straightened out with this whole situation. And now, somebody mentioned snow removal and all that. I know what happens with that. When they walked in, they signed this in 2005. It's 18 years, and only in the last few years they built the houses. So that bottom basement of that road was tossed up by frost. Heavy equipment going in there. Now it's a damn mess. And they're involved in it. That's a lot of people. They're young people. They're trying to get a living, trying to get going. We got to help them out somehow. There's the guy right there, DPW, and that lady right there. Those are the two people in their departments that can straighten this out, and I hope the selectmen get together with it. I think this is too soon to make a judgment. Let's let our boards figure this out. I would like to see McDonald say something. He knows all about this. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll take one more, and then if you're ready to vote, I'm happy to vote on it.
Bill Chandler, Precinct 1. I'm really amazed that, first of all, the money, as I've heard, went from the bank to the general fund. That should not have happened. It should have gone to the planning board. They have sole jurisdiction over the development within that subdivision. So that's number one. Number two, of the 29 lots approved, 27 have been approved and built upon. That leaves 2 lots. Now, they're worth some money. I understand also that there was a homeowners association approved as part of the subdivision. There was one form, but it was always controlled by the developer. No homeowners were subsequently notified. The money should go to the homeowners association and let them work out the problems so that they can get accepted by the town, which, by the way, DPW is in there collecting refuse and recycling, which they should not be on private roads, nor is the school department should be in there with school buses picking up the children while the people at Dartmouth Landing have to have all their kids come way out to Reed Road to get. So it's a matter of unfairness. So I say postpone this item, talk and set up the homeowners association. I don't think DPW has the time and the effort to do this work. You'll never satisfy the requirements with this kind of money. And that we don't want town people working on private land. It sets up a very bad image. So I urge you to postpone this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Savastano, did you want to comment?
Yes, the money has to go the way it's gone. By law, it's being handled the correct way. The only way to get this fixed is to do it the way they are proposing to do it legally.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, did you want to make a comment?
The world's waiting for you.
Yenna speaks, I listen. This has been a problem that this town has had for the last 40 years. Everybody knows it. Developer comes in, developer leaves, town's left holding the bag, the people who live there hold the bag. This is an opportunity to help the people who are living in general states now to at least get a safe road to use. This is the money that's going to be used to do that road. It's going to be done by subcontractors. The DPW does not have the crew to go out there and do this work. This is all subcontracting. The DPW can get a better price on repairing the roads than if the homeowners did it themselves. I'll guarantee you that. I've been involved in getting a road in one of the developments in town done many years ago because the developer decided to leave. On this board, this has also happened. Digger Lane was another one where the developer just absolved himself from everything. The town had to go in there, use the surety bond to repair the road. You know, we all know that there are roads in this town that we need to take a look at. It's something that is part of our plan with the DPW. Paper streets, people who live on paper streets, people who, the developer just, you know, by statute, the town only can do so much is the way of trying to make sure that anybody who comes in town builds the way they're supposed to by law. What the town can't do is keep that developer going. If he wants to leave, he can leave. But there are guarantees, there are sureties through this bond, through other things that requires that they have to put up to get the work done. This money will assist the people up at General Estates. It may not complete everything, but if the developer all of a sudden sees a nice road in there and he wants to continue those 2 lots, he's going to have to put up the money to finish the rest of it. And that's what this. This is an opportunity right now to help those folks up there get a better street. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote? Okay, fantastic. All in favor of Article 24? Thank you. Opposed? Article 24 passes at 11:54. Article 25, bylaw for registering donation bins. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, this is a follow-up to last year's proposed article on a donation bin bylaw. The select board heard the comments from town meeting and have resubmitted a bylaw that is just for registration of donation bins. This just requires that the owners of these donation bins register them with the town, so the town has contact information in case of emergency or if there are complaints related to the donation bins. So.
Thank you. Mr. Tattelbaum, will you move this for me?
Move that the meeting approve this article.
And do I have a second? Thank you. Select board recommendation.
Approve 5-0.
And Finance Committee, please.
Finance, approve 6-1.
Any discussion on Article 25? We're ready to vote. All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. Article 25 passes at 11:55. Article 26. Citizens petition, transfer allowable funds. Mr. Herron.
John Herron, Precinct 8. 49% of the taxpayers in the town of Dartmouth are on septic systems, and I believe we have a duty to help these people. The cost they could face in the future could be astronomical. I'm asking for the $200,000 to be set aside, similar to what we did with the Cecil Smith landfill years ago, for transparency and accountability. We have to remember that these are taxpayers. The $200,000 I'm asking for will come out of the general fund, and that money was put in to the general fund by that 49%. So please, let's help these people. These are overreaching regulations set forth by the DEP. Thank you.
Mr. Herron, do you want to move this?
I'd like to move it forward.
And do I have a second? Any discussion on Article 26? Mr. Tattelbaum. I'm sorry. I have a motion, I have a second. Select Board recommendation.
Select Board voted 4-1 in favor.
Finance Committee.
Finance recommended 4-3.
Any further discussion on Article 26? Yes. Mr. Mickelson, Mr. Tattelbaum, and then Mr. Mickelson.
Thank you. We'll go first then.
Let me get you the mic, Mr. Mickelson. Or
Wait,
Mr.
right here. Okay, sorry. I don't have a problem with the appropriation, but I do have some other problems. Within this article, it says hiring outside legal counsel. That's one of my problems. I think Mr. Herron mentioned something about the Cecil Smith landfill. I think a good deal of you people that are in this audience right now remember that fiasco. We didn't go outside the town to hire a lawyer. We have a fine lawyer that we have as our town lawyer. Anthony Savastano and his team, with the help of the select board at the time and the support of, I'm sure, 99 and 100% of the town, when we found a way to challenge the DEP successfully, thank you to Mr. Savastano and his group, not going out of town, thankfully. If it were not for his legal expertise and his team, we would probably have a 50, 75-foot hill of dirty dirt, as they called it. I don't think we need to go outside the town, considering what Mr. Savastano and his group has done for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tattlebaum, did you have some comments that you want to make?
Thank you. I voted against this article. It may come that Mr. Savastano or an outside counsel may be either one may be the choice we make, and it may mean that we spend $200,000, $400,000, $1 million. At this point in time, we have no idea. We're getting notices from DEP that change on a regular basis. They still have not really stated what they're going to do under the town. I think it's premature. We definitely need to do something and look ahead, but why tie our hands to say it has to be $200,000 and it has to be outside counsel? I'm very much against the article, and I think we should disapprove. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a comment? I'll get to you as well.
Bill Chandler, Precinct 1. I hope the folks that own in the Gender estates realize that this applies to them as well. The fact that anybody with a septic tank, and there's no way in our lifetime, at least mine, that we'll get sewer up there in that subdivision. So this is an additional cost, which I've seen estimates anywhere from $10,000 to $40,000 to convert their septic systems up there. This does not help them at all unless we can successfully fight this thing. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Nickerson that we need somebody who knows the ropes in Boston that can do this with the legislature and with the Department of Environmental Protection. And we think that the Director of Public Health has been out front on this matter. There are other ways to handle the situation, and it is being pushed politically by the Buzzards Bay Coalition. And this should impact us. So we need to fight this vigorously, and we need this appropriation. And I strongly recommend you support it. Thank you.
1 second. This gentleman up here hasn't spoken today, so he's next.
Yeah, Jim Costa, Precinct 4. Yeah, I'd be in favor of this. I think we should be ready for this. This is the Title V amendments to nitrogen remediation, if I get this correct. And yeah, I've attended several of the meetings as well as many of the people in this room. And to get answers from the DEP that Mary Beth Chubb were evasive and ambiguous in any of her answers. Yeah, and then it took, at one of the meetings, it took one question asked 3 different ways for her to get a response that would cost $1,000 to have it inspected every year. This is all coastal waterways pollution, and Barnstable is planning on extending their sewer system. I don't know if for 12,000 12,000 homes over there. I don't know if the DEP is working on this running sewer system throughout the town. I know they did it in the 80s where they ran it around Nokachoke and Cedar Dell area, the ponds with the sewer out there. They haven't done anything new in a while as far as I know. And this nitrogen remediation, the EPA says that 80% of the Buzzards Bay pollution is caused by septic systems. I really don't buy it. I'd like to see their data and where they get their information from. But I know I live between 2 town wells, and the town wells don't show any nitrogen in their water testing. And they're saying that the DEP is saying that the septic systems are leaching through the ground and out to the bay. I can't see how a person who lives up at General Estates or North Hicksville Road is polluting the bay. So I'd be in favor of being ready with any type of funds available.
Right here.
Hi, Meg Rogers, District 5. Can I ask a question of who was it? Sorry, Mr. Harron. How did you guys come up with the number of $200,000? It feels like a big number, but dealing with a team of lawyers fighting the state and the DEP, it's probably not enough money, and that makes me hesitate to vote on this because that's not a lot of money.
Sure, Mr. Herron, can you tell us how you came up with the number?
I just picked that number because I wanted the town body to show support for the people in town that had septic systems. If we do not use the money, that money goes directly back to the general fund. So basically what you're saying today is, yes, we have your back. I'm on town sewer, but it's important. You're 49% of our tax base, and we have to show support and fight for you. We can't ask you for a 2.5 override in the future. A recreational center. We just heard people pay $500,000 or something for upgrades for water from New Bedford. These people in North Dartmouth, they're not using that water, but they're paying for it today. Let's show them some support.
Down here, Mr. Michaud. 1 second. I got Mr.
Robert Michaud, Precinct 2. When you consider Crapo Hill was a one-town issue, but this is a regional issue, many communities going to be involved in this. Those that aren't yet, Westport I don't think is yet. I don't think Acushnet is. I don't know if Fairhaven is. But this is where we're going to need a law firm in Boston, with 900 lawyers and a hell of a track record to be able to have all these towns get together. And if the state wants us to do this, let the state pay for it, not us as taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald?
Not going to, Sean McDonald, Precinct 5, Select Board. Just not going to reiterate my feelings on Title V. I think that's well known. One of the things is I'm in favor of this article. It's a good seed money to start. I don't think we're going to use the funds within the first year, and if it does, it goes back to the general fund. It becomes free cash for us to use next year. But it's a placeholder, and it's something that's needed. You got to remember, we're not only having a heated discussion with DEP, we are also having that part of that discussion also happens to be with the Conservation Law Foundation. They are the impetus to these regulations. These are the guys that lit a fire on the DEP's butts to do something that they have been neglecting over 20 years. We're not in the crosshairs of DEP at the moment, but we're in that peripheral vision. We're the next area. Of the 49% of people who have septic, we're not sure exactly how many. You have to be in a specific watershed to be affected. Some of those homes are not in that watershed, but a vast majority is. And this is good seed money. We're going to need, the only analogy I can come, a good starting pitcher always needs good bullpen help. And I have the full confidence in Anthony Salvestano and Brian Cruz in dealing with this. And I don't mind having a little bit of extra help to help them fight DEP and the Conservation Law Foundation. I move the question.
I can't accept the motion to move the question because you can't speak and then move it, but 1 second. I have Mr. Govin next, and then I've got some other people here who have not spoken, and then I will get back to you. Mr. Govin?
Okay, I just want to, getting $200,000 out of the Finance Committee Reserve Fund does not happen, I'm sure, in decades. The Reserve Fund is something we really protect. So we voted 4-3 to forward this. Now, we can only take the money and put it into the reserve fund, out of the reserve fund, and put it into the legal fund. The Select Board decides how to spend the money. We do not do that. This is all about a message, and we want to send a message to the Mass DEP that the town of Dartmouth is ready to fight this, and that's what this is all about. Thank you.
I saw some other hands here for people who haven't spoken. Right here, Mr. Anderson.
Vic Anderson, Precinct 4. I'm totally in favor of this. I had just one question. I think one of the objections to this was the word outside legal. Can we just take outside out and just say legal and just With that
Are
removal,
you moving that?
yes, I'd like to make the motion. Just take that word out so that we
Okay.
have some flexibility.
So I have a motion to amend by striking, and I'm sure you'll put it in writing for me soon, but by striking the term outside, so it would read, for the purpose of hiring legal counsel to represent the town. Okay, that's the motion before us. Do I have a second on that motion to amend? I have a second to amend. Okay, any discussion on the motion to amend to strike the word outside from the article that's before us? Nope, not yet. This gentleman right there who hasn't spoken today. Nope, nope. Yes, thank you.
Brian Thomas, Precinct 4. Mr. Herron, why did you have the word outside legal counsel in there?
Because I talked to 3 outside attorneys about this issue. There are several avenues for the town and the citizens to take in this approach. Today's not the time or place to talk strategy, but I'm willing to take the word outside out as long as there's accountability and accountability going forward.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment before us to strike the word outside? Yes, Mr. Souza.
So when the Finance Committee took this issue up, to be honest with you, the outside counsel was never even debated. I didn't even catch that it was solely for outside counsel. I'm in favor of this article. I'm in favor of striking the word outside. I think flexibility, this was not a slight on, at least from my part, and I don't think on anybody else's part on the Finance Committee, against using inside counsel. It was strictly send a message to the DEP, Dartmouth's ready to fight, and send a message to our neighboring communities that Dartmouth is willing to jump in the game and fight, and hopefully they'll join us too.
Any further, Mr. Tattlebaum?
I would support the...
Can you turn on your mic, please?
Oh,
sorry.
It's on. I think striking outside is very acceptable, and it leaves us a lot more leverage and flexibility, and it sends a message that people seem to want to send as well. So I'd support that amendment. Thank you.
Are we ready to vote on the amendment? Okay. I'm sorry? Mr. Jacquard, did you need to speak on this? Right down front, please. Forget it? Okay. On the amendment before us is Article 26, and the amendment, we have a motion and a second to amend such that it strikes the word outside from Article 26 as it appears in your warrant. Okay? All in favor of striking the word outside from Article 26, please indicate by raising your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, the amendment to Article 26 passes at 12:11. Okay, we're back on the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion, or are we ready to vote? Okay. All in favor of Article 26, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Article 26 passes at 12:11 p.m. Wow. Passes as amended. Article 27, Citizens Petition Retail Beer and Wine License. Mr. Dabney, I know you're asking to be recognized on this particular warrant article, so let me do that, please. Right here, please. Sorry.
Fred Dabney, Precinct 5. At the request of the petitioners and their attorney, I'm moving to indefinitely postpone this article.
Okay, so I have a motion before me for indefinite postponement. Do I have a second? Thank you. Any debate on indefinite postponement, or anyone representing the petitioners who disagree with that? Okay, are we ready to vote on Article 27? All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. The motion to indefinitely postpone Article 27 passes at 12:13. Okay, so here's what I'd like to do. I would like to go back to Article 11, which is the Schedule A budget. because I think we can get this done. Okay, sorry, I needed to kind of unstaple my packet so as to be able to move through this in a way that is typical for us. So here's what I'm going to do. Much like I did with the capital improvement schedule that was before us, I'm going to read the title of each section and the total. And if you want to discuss any of that, I'm going to ask you to call out a hold, okay? So I'm going to go down the column on the far right-hand side. So town meeting, $3,300. Moderator, 0. Select board town Select board town administrator, $614,366. Finance committee, $510,000. Town accountant, $168,896. Assessors, $334,490. Director of Budget and Finance, $532,610. Town collector, $385,131. Legal, $477,410. Human Resources Department, $174,144. Management Information Systems, $620,211. Town Clerk, $273,889. Election Registration, $130,100. Conservation Commission, $149,612. Planning Board, $176,701. Board of Appeals, $66,427. Community Development Department, 0. Facility and Vehicle Maintenance, Town Hall and other buildings, $663,123. Vacant Building Maintenance, 0. Solar net metering credits, $135,000. Communications, $76,000. Police Department, $8,448,513. Building Department, $562,876. Sealer of Weights and Measures, $11,515. Emergency Management Agency, $17,700. Animal Control, $173,558. Natural Resources, $26,472 for a total of $9,246,34. Schools, Dartmouth Public Schools, $51,496,323. Greater New Bedford VOTEC, $5,997,836. Bristol County Agricultural High School, $182,000, for a total school budget of $57,676,159. Department of Public Works salaries, $3,071,483. Department of Public Works expenses, $912,021. Street lights, $65,000. Traffic lights, $8,000. Regional Refuse Management District Assessment, 0. Board of Health, $415,412. Council on Aging, $375,479. Youth Commission, $84,680. Veterans Department, $650,617. Libraries, $1,260,575. Recreation Department, 0. Park Commission, $503,366. Historical Commission, $250. Maturing debt under debt service is $1,877,000. Interest on debt, $849,910. Pensions and retirement, $6,368,203. Workers' compensation, $355,000. Unemployment compensation, $78,500. Health and life insurance, $8,100,834. Medicare payroll tax, $800,000. Police medical disability, $225,000. Other employment benefits, $165,587. Property and liability insurance, $1,127,628, for a grand total of $99,723,748. So let's go back and we're going to start clearing the holds. The first hold that I had called was for Finance Committee. Who called the hold, please? Right there, please.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Moderator. John Nunes, Precinct 6, and a member of the Dartmouth School Committee. I gave you and also passed out to the Finance Committee, to Mr. Carrero, Mr. McGinnis, an amendment to the Finance Committee. I'd like to reduce the Finance Committee's reserve fund by $99,275 and have that money transferred to the school department budget. That is the amount of money in all of the discussions that have gone on that have shotted the school department and a start to make us quote-unquote whole again. I also put a hold on the school budget. You want that now, or you want to wait till we get there?
Let's hear about it, but we're not going to vote on it until we get there.
That's fine. The additional $361,000 I'd like transferred to the school department budget, and I'd like to do that by increasing the local receipts, which is a budgeted line item. So therefore, it's not the tax levy, it's the local receipts, i.e. Motor vehicle, meals tax, building permits, et cetera, and such. If you go back and you take a look at in previous years, and I went back to 2018 type of deal.
So,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to understand. So it says you want to increase the school department budget by $361,000, and you want to increase local receipts by the same amount.
Yes, because the local receipts is a revenue that gives us the revenue to offset the expense on the school department budget.
I think we voted at the beginning, at the top of the meeting, that we need a reduction of something else. There's no opportunity, I don't believe, to increase increase revenues. I can't vote to increase revenues. Mr. Savastano, do you want to opine on that?
No, that's correct. We've already approved the motion which said if you want to increase a budget item, you have to take a similar dollar amount decrease from another budget item.
That was one of our preliminary motions.
Okay, that's fine. I'll
Okay.
figure it out.
Okay, so I have a motion before us to increase the school department budget by $99,275 and reduce the reserve fund by the same amount. That's where they're finding the money. So I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Okay, any discussion on the amendment that is before us? Yes.
We'd like to step back and discuss the situation since it
Okay, so the Finance Committee, I'm going to allow for a 5-minute recess here for the Finance Committee to have a discussion about the amendment before us, okay? Can they talk about it? They can talk about it on stage.
Not if they don't oppose the meeting. Open meeting law violation.
Okay, so I'm hearing from town council it's an open meeting law violation, but you can,
Are you a posted meeting right now? Yes.
oh, they are, did you post a meeting before?
Yes, they are.
They are a posted
And you
meeting.
didn't adjourn? No.
No, we did not.
Okay.
So, okay, so I'm going to allow for a 5-minute recess here to allow the Finance Committee to discuss this. So 5 minutes, we'll be back. Stay tuned.
Hello?
In the meantime, while we're all waiting, I just want to put in a plug. The Dartmouth School Store is open, so if you're looking for Dartmouth wear, like a nice Dartmouth hat and like another one, please feel free to go down there. They also have wonderful sweatshirts and a whole bunch of other stuff. Show your support. Thank you, I did. That's at 1 o'clock. Sorry, it's lunchtime, so you're not going to be allowed to go down there right at the moment. Sorry. I've been out of the schools for a while, so I'm not sure.
Mr. Savastano, if you can hear me, can you come up on stage? There's a consultation required. Could everybody start to take their seats? We're gonna get back and get this thing moving here. Please. Thank you, everyone. This is our last warrant article. If we just grind through this, we're gonna get all of the questions answered and complete the business of the town. So let's grind through this. In talking to Mr. Govin, my understanding is you are proposing an amendment to the amendment.
Yes, the Finance Department, Finance Committee voted to amend the amendment and to be read as such. To increase the budget by $99,275 and to reduce the kindergarten reserve fund by the same amount. There's the school department has a kindergarten reserve fund of $361,000, and that hasn't been touched in years. And we feel that it's more closely related to the schools than it is to the general government. So that's our amendment.
Thank you. Okay. So I need a second on, so I have an amendment and an amendment to the amendment and a second, okay? Any discussion? So I'm gonna try and keep it narrow so that people don't get confused. It's confusing, right? When we start to amend and amend and amend. So I'm gonna try and keep us on track here. I'm looking for discussion around increasing the school budget by $99,275,000 and reducing the kindergarten reserve fund by that amount. I'm going to try and keep us narrowly focused in that area. Right there, please, for Mr. Nunes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. John Nunes, Precinct 6, member of the Dartmouth School Committee. Through you, and I'm going to go to ask you to check with Town Council. Number one, that's in a stabilization fund, if my memory's any good. So that would need to be an article. Would that not necessarily need to be an article at town meeting to do? Number one. And number two, I just tried to do something with local receipts, but the school kindergarten fund is not an expense item. It's a special revenue or stabilization fund, I apologize, balance item. It's not an expense item. So does that become
my understanding
correct?
is that for the kindergarten reserve fund, the money is sitting there and there's no revenues that need to be raised. It's a reserve fund like the reserve fund.
But is it not
like a stabilization fund. Mr.
So the question is there any line item for that reserve fund in the current budget? Because you are correct.
For the stabilization fund, not that I'm aware of.
Well, first of all,
The-
I want to take it one step at a time. The original motion, before we get to the amendment, is there a line item for that Finance Committee Reserve Fund?
Yes, right here.
So that would be an appropriate motion because you are removing it from one line item to another. The next question is, I was told it was a reserve fund, not a stabilization fund. That needs to be clarified. Gary, do you have anything on that?
Jim, want to speak on that?
If it is a motion to remove something from a stabilization fund, I agree with you, that's outside the scope of the warrant article. I don't know.
Jim Kiley, Dartmouth Public Schools.
1 second, Mr. Kiley, I haven't recognized you.
The concern is unlike the town budget, the school budget doesn't have a lot of detail. So it's not clear to us. Is there money being appropriated in this budget to the Kindergarten Reserve Fund?
Madam Moderator, so the Kindergarten Reserve Fund was a fund set up when the town switched from half-day kindergarten to kindergarten full day. And to support that and make sure that it was going to be available on a continued basis, the school committee had established that fund and put money in annually for a number of years into that fund. It is not part of the school department budget. It's not on Schedule A. It is a reserve fund to be used to support full-day kindergarten continuity.
Is there any money going into it in this year's budget?
No, hasn't been in years. No.
Mr. Kiley, go ahead.
Then he is correct. The motion to amend the amendment should be ruled out of order.
Okay, so the motion to amend the amendment is not a place I can get the money from, so it's ruled out of order. Okay? Can you?
I'm sorry.
I think you can pull it towards I think that they just turned it on DCTV. Go ahead.
The amendment as presented. Okay. The amendment as presented of 99,000, I'm trying to see what that
$275,000.
$275,000. We voted 0-5 against. We felt that the school budget of $47,098,057 that they should be able to work the difference into their regular budget.
Okay, so we are on the amendment as presented before us and discussing that. Mrs. Lenz, I think she had a question. I haven't heard from her today.
Can somebody just explain why the school needs the extra money? I know it's not extra, but the $99,000, where did it go?
Mr. Kiley, do you want to come down and talk about that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So the school department budget is $51,595,598. The current Schedule A number is $51,496,423, leaving that $99,275 gap. I'll just let you know that we originally had proposed a budget that was $361,000 higher than this. We cut 4 teaching staff positions, and some additional expenses being shifted to our school choice fund, which is not recurring revenue, so we had some concern about that, but we did make that switch in order to try and come to a number that could be accepted. So we're still short the $99,275, and the school committee is still voted at $51,595,598 and has not elected to ask me to try and propose any additional reduction to the budget.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? One second.
I'm Karen MacArthur, Precinct 7. Madam Moderator, do you know how much money is in the Finance Reserve and why they need an additional $510,000 this year, and how their work will be compromised by not having 99,000 of it?
Sure, let me find that out for you. What is the balance of the reserve fund? Why do we need that balance, and what's the downside to not having it?
So, thank you, Madam Moderator. So the balance in the reserve fund is about $510,000. It's been at that amount for the past few years. And the reserve fund is basically used for unforeseen expenses. So let's say the boiler breaks at Town Hall, or there are some things that need to be done that are unforeseen. A budget line item from a reserve fund is really not unforeseen. The downside of taking too much money out of the reserve fund is that you don't know what those circumstances may be. There could be problems with, as I mentioned, multiple issues that if we don't have those funds, we can no longer correct the problem at hand. Just going back to what Mr. Kiley had mentioned, we've been through multiple scenarios with the school budget. This has been a very difficult year for the school budget, and in the town budget in general. So having said that, we were looking at a 5.1% increase. We looked at a 4.4% increase, a 3.1% increase, a 3.0% increase. There was multiple scenarios that we looked at to try to balance the school budget with them. And I've worked closely with Jim. Hopefully we can work a lot closer, because we're going to need to address the FY25 budget, which we will have some issues with. I mean, we're looking at monies that are no longer there, ESSER monies, opera monies that will be gone, that we're using to fund budgets, that they just can't continue. So in FY25, we know that we need to get a committee together. We need to get a lot of people on board, the school committee, the finance committee, the board of selectmen, to address these issues. We just don't want to leave ourselves with a structural deficit. So as far as the 99,000, there were multiple projections at the time. My suggestion was that we correct this in the fall. We supplement the budget through a capital item, potentially additional monies for the reserve for their MIS and computer technology budget, and that would get them whole for the FY24 budget. That was my recommendation. I had brought that up to Jim, and I don't know how that transpired, but that was what I recommended to the schools.
Any further discussion on the aisle there, please, Mr. Baker-Smith?
Buddy Baker-Smith, Precinct 8. So I'm just trying to clarify. The budget statement that came in the town meeting packet indicated there was a $588,508 gap, and that there was, between the select board and finance and the school department, had worked out how to bridge that gap for this fiscal year. So I'm trying to understand what the 99,000, because it seemed like the school department's request was resolved with that strategy. Is this new? Is the school budget changed since that joint meeting?
Mr. McGinnis.
To speak to that, as Mr. Curro just mentioned, so when we start the budget process, we go through some scenarios where we generate budget projections. I believe the school may have been in error. They used a different projection than we have been providing. We've done multiple presentations about the difference in what the school is requesting and what the town can provide. That amount came to $588,000. Subsequent to that, after approval, after meeting together with the select boards, the school committee, the finance committee, agreeing that Gary and I and Mr. Kiley should meet to cover the budget gap, we agreed on that 588 number. Now, subsequent to that, the school came back and said they needed another $99,000, so that's where we're at.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Carrie Parsons in Precinct 1. I would like to talk a little bit about this just for a quick second and how it's going to affect our children and their education. I understand that it was increased, and I want to explain a little bit better, and maybe Mr. Kiley can help reiterate what I'm saying to make sure that what I'm saying is accurate. Without this 99 that Mr. Nunes has proposed, it means that we're going to have decreased instructional support and that we're going to have to share throughout schools. It's going to mean that the educational supplies budget will not be increased for each school. So then that means that the PTO is going to be asked to supply more for the school. And I can speak for Potter PTO because I'm the Potter PTO president. And I can tell you that we raised $36,000 last year, and we're probably going to have to raise more than that for the next upcoming budget. And usually when the PTO is raising money, we're raising money for fun things like field trips and guest speakers and fun programs. And unfortunately, the money's going to have to first be prioritized so that our schools have the supplies they need. So I think that Mr. Riley could probably, if I could ask Mr. Riley, if he could please stress the importance of what we're going to lose if we don't get this $99,000.
Mr. Kiley, can you speak to that for us?
Madam Moderator, yes, I can clarify. So the school department budget was not increased by $99,275. We've only had two budget proposal numbers this year for the school department budget. The original was a 5.1% budget increase. That was presented in February to the school committee at $51,913,526. The school committee then on March 27th agreed to eliminate 4 teaching positions and move $50,000 worth of expensive supplies, instructional supplies, into the school choice revolving fund. That was a $361,000 reduction, which brought the budget down to $51,552,183. Just for clarification, that doesn't include the $43,415 Medicaid number line that's in the budget. That's on the Schedule A. So those are the only changes that were made. There was never an additional $99,275 that was asked for by the school committee. In terms of answering the question, so the committee has already reduced services. We've already looked at increasing class size, reducing instructional technology support, reducing instructional coaching support. So at this point, if we were to cut further, it would certainly be under the purview of the school committee, so I don't want to diminish their ability to help decide what would be cut, but it would be staffing. And that would be directly staffing that works with kids. So.
Okay. Mrs. Miller.
Lori Ann Miller, Precinct 9. If I heard you correctly, for a number of years, we've had $300,000 in a kindergarten reserve fund. I strongly suggest that the school committee and the staff look at that $300,000, and especially for the year 2025, put it back into the budget. Take it out of reserve, show it to town meeting, and put it back into the budget. Because I wouldn't have a problem with taking out the 99 today, but we can't. So I think come October town meeting, you can put it back into the budget, you can show it to town meeting, and you can now get your 99,200 and maybe even more from that reserve fund if you haven't used it for a number of years. And we have a stable kindergarten position right now in Dartmouth. I would strongly suggest that.
Any further discussion on the amendment before us, or are we ready to vote on the amendment? Oh,
Kathy Del Sordo, Precinct 5. Just understanding the reserve fund with the kindergarten group at this point, are there other reserve funds that the school department is holding that we're not perhaps all aware of at this point?
Mr. Kiley.
Madam Moderator, the only reserve fund that exists directly for the schools was that full-day kindergarten reserve fund, which I think was established in, let's see, somewhere around 2008, I think, when the economic crisis occurred, and began to be funded at that point with money from the school department budget that was left over at the end of the year. So there were a number of like $50,000 a year deposits into that fund, because at that time the town had felt that there was some concern of the ability for the town to continue to support full-day kindergarten. So that's why it was there. It was established strictly for that purpose. Can't be used for anything else unless town meeting were to decide that it no longer is needed for that purpose. So.
Okay, are we ready to vote on are we ready to vote on the amendment that's before us? All right, all in favor of the amendment to, let me just reiterate it, to increase the school department budget by $99,275 by reducing the reserve fund by the same amount. So all in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. The amendment passes at 12:55. Any further holds on Finance Committee? Moving on. I have a hold called on assessors. Who called that hold, please? Any hold on the assessors? I'm sorry. Right there, please.
I'm sorry, I did, but I was looking to put a hold on Director of Budget and Finance. I'm sorry.
So I'm going to clear the hold on the assessors. Just hold the mic, because I think we now have a hold on Director of Budget and Finance, Ms. Guiducci.
Just for future reference, I think it would be helpful if the pages of the budget were numbered. And secondly, could there be some clarification between the professional salary, which is the first line, and professional salary other? What is the professional salary other?
Before I go there, would you please state your name and...
Sorry, Susan Guiducci, Precinct 9.
Thank you. Mr. Carrero, could you speak to those questions that she had?
Yes, in general, on all the budget line items where you see professional and professional salary other, professional is mainly the department head. Professional salary other will be the clerks in the office, any supporting staff that's inside the particular office. And that goes for, that's consistent for every single one of these departments.
Thank you. Any further questions on Director of Budget and Finance before I clear that hold? Okay, so I'm moving on. All right. Our next hold is on Facilities and Vehicle Maintenance, Town Hall, and other buildings. Who called that hold, please? Anybody call the hold on Facilities and Vehicle Maintenance, Town Hall, and other buildings. Ms. Guiducci.
Susan Gaducci, Precinct 9. Same question. The second line, custodial salaries, it seems to me like it's tripled since 2021. Is that one position or multiple positions?
Mr. Carrero?
I
I'm sorry,
can speak
Mr.
to that.
McGinnis, I apologize.
That is, you'll see reductions in line items in other departments. What we've been trying to do over the last few years is consolidate the facility staff under the Park and Rec Director. So we've been doing that, and this year incorporates the library custodian position, as well as moves the line item for under COA for the custodian position. So these are positions that have been working under the Director of Parks and Recreation, and this just formalizes the funding. So it removes it from other, you'll see a reduction in other budgets.
Any further questions on this line item, Facilities and Vehicle Maintenance, Town Hall, and other buildings? Okay, clearing that hold then. The next hold is on solar net metering credits. And who called the hold? I'm sorry, I'm not seeing, right here, please.
Andrea Langhauser, Precinct 7. I apologize for asking a question of information so late in the meeting. The question is that solar net metering credits has an expense to it. I'm wondering how much money we make out of it, and if this is less money or more money than the credit itself.
No need to apologize. We want to get you the information so you can make an informed vote. I'm not sure who wants to handle that.
The net metering credits, those are expenditures we have to expend in order for us to get the revenue back in our net metering. I don't have the number in revenues that we're getting, but it far exceeds what we're expending for the credits. There you go.
So we're hearing that's on page 1, 397, 955. Okay. Any further holds on solar net metering credits before I clear that hold? Okay. Do we have any other holds? We do. The other hold I have is on the Dartmouth Public Schools. Who called that hold? You're done with that one? Any further? Did you want to speak? I'm sorry, Mr. Nunes.
John Nins, Precinct 6, member of the school committee. That hold was the $361,000 from the increase in the local receipts.
Okay, thank you. Any further hold on, any further comments on that hold? Gentleman right here.
Peter Howland, Precinct 1. I noticed that the New Bedford Regional Vocational, that's gone up pretty significantly, and I'm wondering, I know that they've gone to a lottery system when it comes to admissions to their school. Are we still allotted a certain amount of seats for that in our budget, or how are we, if they're going to a lottery system, how are we increasing our numbers on that?
Sure, let me get you an answer to that. Can you speak to
I
it, Gary?
can speak
Yeah.
on the assessment itself as far as the head count and things like that. So if you look over the last, in the Schedule A, if you look over the last few years, the budget has actually increased not as much as it has in the past. Fewer students are probably going to Greater New Bedford Voc. Actually, with Bristol Aggie, the head count has actually gone down. So if you look at, for instance, fiscal 21, you're at 5 million and change. Fiscal 22, 5.4 million. Then it went to 5.8 million in 23, and then we just went up to 5.9 million. So it's a difference of about 100 and some thousand. So it's based on head count and the population of the students. So we were surprised to see that it only went up a small amount.
Okay. Any further questions on the school budget before we move on? Okay. I am clearing that hold. I also see that, I don't think I've cleared this, Department of Public Works expense. Did somebody call a hold for that? Yep. Withdrawn? Okay. Any further holds for the Department of Public Works expense before I clear that hold? Yep. Okay. So I believe we have cleared all the holds on the budget, so I am asking town meeting to now vote on the Schedule A, proposed Schedule A as amended. All in favor of proposed Schedule A as amended, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Proposed Schedule A as amended passes at 1:02 PM. I would love a motion to adjourn, to dissolve. Second, all in favor of dissolving? Opposed? Town meeting is dissolved at 1:02 PM. Thank you very much for all your effort here today.